Emperor Leon asked about whether or not she wanted to keep her mother alive. He was ordering her to answer. The little girl couldn't find the words to answer. The emperor ordered the guards to get that Grasnula out of there and get rid of her. The man who was beside the little girl turned to His Majesty and informed him that even if the seventh princess was not born from Empress Jungong, she was still the dragon heir, and asked him to think carefully again. Leon approached the little girl, lifted her face by her chin, and asked about whether she wanted to continue retrograde or what. Stop crying. In the original book, the seventh princess cried a lot and made the tyrant angry, so he soon took her life. Baby shouldn't cry. The little girl immediately started thinking how she could survive. Otherwise, she would be taken away her life in 3 days, just like the book said. She didn't want to end up like this. In fact, 3 days ago, she was trying to pass the college entrance exam, but suddenly she felt dizzy and her eyes completely closed. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a different world. She didn't realize if she had been reborn or what was going on. The book was about a tyrant emperor. What was worse, Ye Chiki had insulted him and the daughter of the third concubine. Then a blow ensued for Chiki's mother. The little girl, on the other hand, immediately ran up to her mother. The seventh princess's life was cut short because of the tyrant. The third concubine's daughter kicked Chiki with her foot and asked if she was going to pretend to be feeble-minded to avoid punishment. The emperor looked at her, causing her to flinch slightly. Leon looked at Chiki's face and talked about how she looked so ugly, and asked about how dare she call herself the heiress of the dragon that was right in front of her. Chiki thought about the fact that she only had one choice. She immediately rushed to the emperor, her father. The little girl talked about how she didn't look pretty yet, but she would try to become like her father. The emperor ordered her to disconnect from him. She needed to survive at all costs. He kicked her with his foot, but that didn't stop the little girl, and she ran back to her father. Leon asked about her, scum, being so brave or what. He just picked her up by the collar of her clothes and kept thinking about how he had never seen such an ugly girl. One move and Sitsi was back on the floor. Her father asked about what if she remains ugly even when she grows up. Sitsi said that wouldn't happen. The little girl kept saying that she would work on herself and would definitely not disappoint her father. The emperor couldn't believe that she dared to call him father. He reached out his hands again to her face and pulled her cheek. He can see that she is not afraid of him at all. Of course she is afraid, and how could she not be? Sitsi is most afraid of death. She took his hand and addressed him as her daddy and kept talking about how good he is. Mr. Zhao couldn't understand whether he thought the seventh princess was willing to die or not. Leon is really curious to see what kind of person she will grow up to be. After he let go of her cheek, he asked why her face had become even more horrible, to which Mr. Zhao replied that it was because he pressed hard. Since she is a child, she has a sensitive skin. The emperor explained that he had only squeezed her cheek for a few seconds, and she was already so red. The princess was able to endure such insolence from the emperor. He reported that this girl was indeed disgusting. He turned around and left. She survived. Chiki was very happy. The emperor had given conditions that if she didn't become beautiful, he would throw her to the palace wolves to be eaten. As she knew, the great tyrant raised more than a dozen wolves in the imperial palace that actually hunted humans. First, he threw those who resisted him in the courtyard. Then she happened to see those wolves tearing the flesh of that man, and the emperor was happy about it. Kiki doesn't want to become food for the wolves. Palace. Chiki knew that she would live there, but it's better than being killed by a tyrant. As she got closer, near the fence, she heard some kind of growling. At first, Chiki didn't realize where that sound was coming from. The little girl hesitantly walked even closer and saw a cute little kitten. She noticed that it had hurt itself and realized why it was sitting there. Chiki would like to raise it into a big white kitten, but she was too poor, so she wouldn't be able to feed it. One moment and the kitten ran away. The little girl didn't realize where it was going. She asked about him taking her somewhere or what. She crawled under the opening under the fence and saw incredible beauty. She wondered what this place was. It was so beautiful and cozy. Kiki ran up to the set table so happily, and thought about how the heavens had clenched over her. There were so many things there, and only in that moment of her happiness did she notice that the tyrant was there too. If she made it to his palace, she should find a safe place to survive. But little girl, why thought she was really ugly? Chiki sat and thought about whether to check it or not. She waved her hands gently and turned to her father. She noticed that he wasn't awake, since she could eat now. The little girl kept muttering that she was really hungry, and if he would be offended by her, she asked for forgiveness, as she would only eat a little. Chiki was eating with such pleasure. Suddenly the emperor was approached and informed that concubine Jen wished to meet him. This made the little girl shudder. She thought that it was all over because someone had gone to the emperor, which meant that the tyrant would wake up. She decided that she had to hide as soon as possible and found a place under the table. Leon opened his eyes and asked to let the concubine in. If Chiki was spotted, her life would be over. She was determined that she would never dare to touch another person's food again. The concubine greeted the emperor, to which he asked about why she had come. Concubine Jen replied that she just missed his majesty. As soon as Chiki heard that voice, she couldn't find the words to describe it. This caused a cookie to fall from her sleeve, which landed right under the tyrant's feet. This frightened the girl very much. She took the cookie back with a sharp movement. The concubine went on to say that she had learned a dance, so she had come to demonstrate it to him. The emperor reported that the concubine was quite interesting. He asked her to dance until he told her to stop. Concubine Jen reported that he would do his best. Chiki saw the whole picture and thought that not this, because the tyrant's facial expression is becoming too intimidating, and concubine Jen will definitely become unhappy. Jen began her dance, but she accidentally caught on her dress and fell directly into the hands of the emperor. He, in due time, pushed her away and ordered the guards to take away the concubine. This really surprised Jen. She asked him to wait. Chiki becomes scared. This tyrant is really cruel. The little girl didn't realize that he first watched that woman dance and then killed her or what, and she also wondered why he didn't leave. Leon tapped on the table and asked about how long she was going to hide downstairs. Tsitsi thought about the fact that she had been spotted. The tyrant kept asking about if she didn't want to come out on her own, then maybe Grand Leon should get her out or what. The little girl ate her cookie and thought about how that was it. Now her life was doomed and she was going to be beheaded, so she hurried up and ate that piece. She decided that no one died that easily in ancient times after all. A meow was heard. The tyrant kept talking about how it really wasn't decent, and Leon wouldn't hurt her. Peeking out from under the table, Chiki saw the tyrant feeding the kitten a cookie. She was relieved that he wasn't talking to her, but she was saddened that that kitten was his pet. Tsitsi decided she would run back when that tyrant left, but for now, she decided to get some sleep. After a while, she woke up and realized that she was lying on the spot where the tyrant was resting. She kept thinking that she must have been sleepwalking and ended up on that couch. She was very lucky the emperor wasn't there. In any case, she had to get out of there or there would be trouble if the tyrant spotted her. Just as she wanted to leave, a kitten ran up to her. Tsitsi asked about him waiting for her there, and then she suggested that he go back together. As it turned out, the emperor was watching the whole thing. This was very interesting to him. Chiki got under the fence again and saw Daibai's reaction, the kitten. She asked about what had happened. In the distance, the little girl saw the people the kitten hissed at. She didn't realize that those people were the ones who had hurt his paw. Suddenly, she was grabbed by her clothes. Mr. Zhao shouted to Her Highness and told her to look at the person they had found. Chiki asked her to let her go. The third concubine's daughter came up to Chiki and asked about the fact that she was the one who saved that little beast. Mr. Zhao, who was holding Chiki, said that surely this little scum must have saved the little beast. Her subordinates saw them together. Chiki immediately started fighting back with words about how none of them dared to bully the kitten. Mr. Zhao turned to Her Highness and told her to just watch how that savage was behaving, to which the daughter of the third concubine informed that she should be punished then. She raised her foot to Chiki's face with her foot. She reported that the wolves her father raised in Hushang had not been dainty in a long time. On the grass, all bruised and bloody, lay Chiki and the kitten beside her. Suddenly, she heard a wolf growl. Tsitsi thought that this was her end. She really didn't want it. The wolf had already come straight at the little girl. But suddenly, the wolf smell suddenly evaporated, as if it was replaced by a different but familiar scent. Tsitsi opened her eyes and recognized from her shoes that it was her daddy. Lian lifted the little girl's head, and she cried. The servants greeted His Highness. The emperor rose from his seat and shot an arrow straight at the wolf. The daughter of the third concubine could not believe that her father had killed the wolf he had raised for years for the sake of that ugly girl. His Majesty lifted the little girl in his arms, and she asked him to help her with the kitten. She thought the man would surely remember him if she told him. Chief Master Zhao asked the guards why they were standing like statues, for they should open the gate and escort His Majesty into the palace as soon as possible. It was terrifying. It was as if the emperor was listening to a melody on a tall building a second ago, and then suddenly he thought there was someone downstairs. He simply took his bow and arrow and jumped off the 10-meter-high building. Mr. Zhao had never been so scared in his life. The emperor ordered the wolves to remove themselves and called Dr. Xuan himself. The little girl kept talking about the kitten. The emperor ordered to take it too. Mr. Zhao didn't understand if this was the seventh princess's idea, because raising a tiger cub was too much. On the way, the daughter of the third concubine approached them and spoke to her father, to which the latter asked about whether he was too used to her. The people outside apologized to the emperor. The third concubine's daughter couldn't believe that her father did such a thing because of that unfortunate seventh princess. He coldly looked at her and killed her man. Her father doesn't like dirt, but the princess couldn't believe that he took that Grasnula in his arms, and before that, he also jumped off a tall building to save her. The third concubine's daughter didn't understand what had happened. Mr. Zhao noted that none of the princesses had ever stayed overnight in His Majesty's chambers before, and now he let that dirty seventh princess sleep on his bed. He thought that girl was a disgrace to His Majesty. Lian asked about what he was waiting for because he should go and get a doctor. Afterward, the little girl had already started to wilt and wanted to touch the bandage. The emperor, however, asked her not to touch it. Chiki couldn't believe that she heard that tyrant's voice. Her father asked her about her waking up. Chiki couldn't believe that that tyrant had saved her, and this place was very similar to his chambers. Chiki couldn't believe that the tyrant showed mercy to her, or what. He was still beautiful, even while wearing different clothes. Leon couldn't understand what the fool was doing, and the little girl kept turning to her daddy. At first, Mr. Zhao thought that she would remain dirty, but after taking a bath, the little girl became so cute and beautiful that she was a sight to behold. Mr. Zhao told them that they had to feed her now. The emperor asked them to give it to him. This surprised the servant very much, for His Majesty is personally going to feed the seventh princess the medicine. This was the first time he was seeing such a sight. Chiki was shocked that the tyrant would feed her. Even if he doesn't say anything, she is still a little scared. She must save her little life this time. The emperor asked her to open her mouth, to which Mr. Zhao informed that that soup is too hot and needs to be cooled down before giving it to the princess. His Majesty said that it was such a hassle to raise a child, but he still did as Mr. Zhao said. The tyrant is probably patient for now, though he might attack her at any minute. As soon as the baby tasted the soup, she realized that it tasted very bitter. Mr. Zhao said that of course because this medicine would be bitter, but it was good for her, so she should eat some dates and the bitterness would go away. Chiki thought about what a good man he was. The little girl really tasted good. The emperor was only watching her. The little girl held out a date to her father and informed him to take a bite too. His Majesty never liked sweets, and his mood was not the best so far. The emperor didn't understand what Chiki wanted, but still, he ate a date from his daughter's hands. It was a slap in the face for Mr. Zhao. Chiki was just happy, for she gave the date for Daddy to eat. The emperor has many heirs. It was speculated that he was fond of his third daughter, but it was not certain. Perhaps he loved her because she was born in the palace. Leon gently stroked Cheeky's head. He took the plate of dates away from her and told her that if she ate too many sweets, she would get toothache. Mr. Zhao turned to His Majesty and said that perhaps the seventh princess was hungry, for she had not yet eaten, to which the emperor asked for food to be served. After such an order, all the servants started to serve the food. Cheeky was happy that she wouldn't go to bed hungry, so she could not worry. The emperor thought about the fact that indeed, food made children like her very happy. This was excellent. Cheeky walks towards the food, but suddenly the emperor caught and lifted her up. He didn't understand why it was so light. Maybe it had been poorly fed before living in the palace. It was very scary. The tyrant's body temperature is so low that he deserves to be called a cold-blooded animal. To eat a single morsel, she risked her life and cried out. The emperor brought her to the table, where Cheeky saw there was a lot of meat. But this food is too exquisite, because it is only served to a tyrant. His Majesty asked the little girl if she was hungry, to which she answered positively. He stroked her head and told her how honest she was. This great tyrant is really as he is described in the novel. His temperament and beauty are so off the scale that no one can compare with him in the whole state. Handsome men like him probably don't suffer like this as fathers. But what's most important is that he hasn't cut off her head yet. They sat down at the table together. Cheeky was wary, to which the emperor asked about her being afraid of Lin or not, to which the little girl replied in the negative. What a silly thing to say, thought the little girl. He took a piece of fish and removed the bones. He put it in her plate. The emperor asked about what she didn't want, or what. Mr. Zhao didn't understand that His Majesty enjoyed spending time with the seventh princess so much, or what. After all, he had just recently talked about catching her and chopping off her head. Cheeky remembered the kitten and wondered what had happened to it, and if it was still alive. Leon asked the little girl about what happened. She started talking about the kitten. Mr. Zhao informed that she should not worry because Dabai is under the care of a healer for now, and he will be sent to her the next day. Cheeky asked about then he is very seriously injured or what. Master asked her not to worry as he is fine and the injury is not serious. The master didn't understand why she cared for him so much as this cub is actually a future tiger that will eat humans. Cheeky decided that she had to survive and protect him so that he would not be bullied anymore. The emperor noticed that this cub was starting to look neater than before. After the meal, they sat on the couch. The babe thought about how this was the best meal she had eaten in days. But this is the tyrant's palace, so she shouldn't get too excited, because soon she would be sent back to the half-decayed palace again. When she thinks of that palace, it seems so foreign to her. Mr. Zhao announced that it was time to turn the tables. Although the emperor was a ruthless tyrant in the original, the upside was that he didn't spend much time with women. He was fair, resourceful, and far-sighted, and most importantly, a determined man. Also, this man was abstemious, as befits a mature man. So a large number of readers liked him. Leon wanted to take the card. Meanwhile, Cheeky took a cookie and watched him. He turned to the little girl and asked her to pick one. She did so. Cheeky asked her father which one he liked better. The emperor thought she would eat in silence, but he didn't think she would ask about his preference. He took her cheek and asked about if she knew what variety it was. Cheeky thought about how she would know since she was only 5.5 years old. If she told him her level of mental development, he would immediately suspect something wrong. She tried not to panic, to pull herself together, and then asked him if he thought it was time to put her down. The little girl kept talking about how her mom had the same cookie, and she also wanted to meet her dad. The emperor asked about her wanting him to fulfill her wish, or what. He didn't realize that she didn't know what happened to her mom, or how. The little girl reported that it was not possible because her mom was injured, so she was not able to meet her dad. Mr. Zhao noted that she understood a lot. Yes, she had always been innocent and kind, but she was terribly jealous. Leon gently wiped Cheeky's face. Mr. Zhao asked His Majesty why he was looking at him like that. The Lord explained that Empress Rongbi was guilty of breaking the porcelain doll that the third princess gave him last time, so the third princess got angry and began to beat Rongbi with a whip. Leon asked about whether he had asked that, to which the Lord asked for forgiveness. but it gave the emperor to wonder if he really spoiled her too much. He ordered those cookies to be taken away as they finished eating. The Lord thought about how this behavior of His Majesty would make many of the beauties in his harem sad. The emperor looked at the little girl and asked about her bedtime, to which she agreed and rubbed her eyes. He picked her up in his arms and carried her back to bed. She remembered that the original tyrant's cleanliness was quite strong, and the women of the harem were always in another part of the palace. Tsitsi thought about the fact that he would definitely not leave her there anymore. But she was very much surprised that he put her on the bed. He lay down next to her and told her to sleep. Chiki thought about the fact that if the tyrant got up in the middle of the night, he would not be happy to see her. She was afraid that he would either suddenly become violent and strangle her, or throw her out into the street. Chiki moved as far as the edge of the bed, at which the emperor didn't realize that he was so scary, or what. He stretched his arms out to move her and thought about her being so far away from him. He asked about her thinking he was going to eat her, or what. He didn't understand why she was so far away and moved her towards him. When he visited the harem, he saw the little girl, but she didn't stick to him. He didn't realize that aback she was so disgusted with him. The little girl mumbled that she was cold. Leon put his arm around her. Such a problem, he thought. In the morning. Mr. Zhao and his servants arrived at the emperor's house, but as soon as they entered his room, they saw that he was awake. Mr. Zhao asked why he had gotten up so early and how he had slept. The emperor silently got up from his chair and walked to the bed. Mr. Zhao wondered if the seventh princess had given him trouble last night. The master saw the princess sprawled out on the bed. The Lord thought about how shouldn't she be 5.5 years old? He doesn't think she was crying in the middle of the night asking His Majesty to breastfeed her. That little wench had been gnashing her teeth and snorting all night, keeping him awake. If she wasn't his blood daughter, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist and would have strangled her last night. Leon ordered them to change his clothes. Mr. Zhao asked about whether His Majesty was doing well. His Majesty ordered the Lord to wake her up, to which the latter asked about right that minute, because the seventh princess was sleeping so sweetly. But just a glance from the emperor was enough to understand and get things done. Mr. Zhao walked over to the bed and started waking up the princess with thoughts of her father letting her spend the night there. From such cuteness, Mr. Zhao couldn't stand it. She was so cute. The little girl ran up to her daddy and informed him that she wanted him to take her in his arms. Mr. Zhao immediately suggested to the princess that he should do so. This made the little girl very upset. Leon took her in his arms and asked about why she was crying. The little girl pointed at Mr. Zhao with words about him being a bad uncle. Mr. Zhao immediately began to apologize, for he didn't mean to offend the princess. The emperor looked at Mr. Zhao so much that he shed tears himself. He asked the little girl not to cry. Chiki realized that her plan was working and so she needed to keep playing. She turned to her daddy and then kissed him on the cheek. He couldn't believe that she dared to kiss him, that presumptuous little girl. His Majesty's other children always kneeled before him, but there was no child as bold as the seventh princess who was able to kiss His Majesty. The mere thought of the princess being pierced by Mr. Zhao's sword made Mr. Zhao throw up in shock. Chiki asked about whether Daddy liked Chiki. After all, she loves Daddy. Mom also loved and kissed her. He himself wondered about whether he liked his daughter. Tsitsi was already thinking about whether he hated her or what. She pressed herself against him. Of course, she shouldn't have rushed things because, like in the original story, he would remain an unfeeling tyrant. In any case, if he wanted to kill her, then so be it. She jumped from his embrace and thought about the fact that she felt uncomfortable there for some reason. She had never seen her father in her past life, only knew that he was a courageous police officer. When she was still in her mother's belly, he had died in the line of duty. When she was born, she had only her mother by her side. She did not get to feel the fatherly love that other children received. She was initially afraid of him, but Leon's past behavior made her feel love for the first time. She had always had little hopes and always thought she was allowed to do anything, but in the end, the little girl had gotten too carried away. Chiki turned to her father and informed him that he could go, it was no big deal, and she would behave herself. Leon wondered why she was smiling at him like that. After all, she clearly wasn't happy. He wanted to hold out his hands to her, but he thought about the fact that a true emperor should not have any weaknesses. He should be unfazed. The emperor did just that, turned around and walked away. This made the little girl cry. Mr. Zhao ordered the servants to dress up the princess, and he ran after the emperor. The little girl was already dressed up. The maids were delighted with the princess. They told her that she was so cute, and it was no wonder that His Majesty liked her. This tyrant's genes are really good, and in the original novel, Ye Qixi completely inherited his appearance. If you think about it, not long ago she was living in a dilapidated cold palace, but now she not only slept in the palace of the great tyrant for one night, but also wears beautiful clothes. The little girl feels as if she is in a dream, but soon she will have to return to her dilapidated palace. Suddenly she heard a meow. It was a kitten that was brought to her. Tsitsi wrapped the kitten in her arms, but the servants asked the princess to be careful because it was not a kitten and continued to shake with fear. They were still thinking that they should not have let this predator near the princess. Qixi turned to her sisters to see how handsome Dabai was and suggested that they come over and pet him. This caused the girls to be horrified. They immediately fell to their knees and begged the princess for pity so she wouldn't scare them. Qixi didn't understand why they were scared of the kitten, so cowardly. The little girl kept stroking the kitten and talking about not being offended, as it was the cutest of them all. She turned to her sisters and told them that if they didn't pet him, he would get upset. One of the girls informed that he was a tiger and was cruel in nature, so her servants were afraid of him. Qixi didn't understand anything. Dabai is a tiger cub, not a kitten. The servants only confirmed that it was a tiger cub. She shouted that it was impossible, to which she was asked to calm down. Chengqian Temple. The emperor sat on the throne. The emperor started talking about Dai Shun, but came to his senses in time and informed him that it didn't matter. Leon was approached by the third princess. He asked about her walking in on him. She asked about how he was still angry with his daughter. Ye Chen realized her mistake, and she would no longer molest her seventh sister like she did last day. The emperor immediately remembered Qixi. He informed Ye Chen that it was all right. Next time she shouldn't allow such a thing to happen. To which the princess replied that she understood that she shouldn't make the same mistake twice. She asked about whether he was free, as his son was waiting for him to teach him how to wield a sword. Leon replied that he hadn't practiced with Ye Chang in a long time. He already wanted to stroke the princess's head on automatic, but then he abruptly removed his hand and didn't realize when he got the habit. Ye Chen asked about whether something had happened to him, to which the latter replied that there was nothing. Mr. Zhao reported that the seventh princess had arrived. Leon ordered her to be sent back. Ye Chen thought that the daughter of a poor concubine whom no one loves wanted to compete with her for the emperor's favor. She had taken wishful thinking for granted. Mr. Zhao, who was accompanying the princess, informed her that if she was afraid of this young tiger, a servant could help her send it to the menagerie. To which Qixi replied that there was no need. Even if Dabai was a tiger, he was very docile and had never harmed anyone. She will take care of it herself. The master replied that she liked him very much, and then added about when she arrived at Weiyang Palace, she should get up from the palanquin. Upon arrival, Qixi noticed that the place was not like where she had lived before. Mr. Zhao explained that His Majesty had specially ordered her palace to be renovated and left some palace servants there to serve her. Qixi reported that she was very much enjoying everything. The little girl found it hard to believe it. Now she's not the most unhappy princess. Mr. Zhao informed that she should not forget about the important day that will come in 10 days. In 10 days, it would be His Majesty's birthday, so she would need to send him a present. 10 days later, Wen Hall. The little girl sat and thought about how dare these princesses be late for the tyrant's birthday. According to the plot of the book, the tyrant's 3 sons are more ruthless and selfish than his other children and don't get along with each other. She has to be careful not to become their punching bag. The little girl decides to become invisible and then no one will see her. The 9th prince, Ye Mohan, came into her room. He asked about who this cute little girl was and why he hadn't seen her there before. Such a beautiful person. He took her cheek and asked about her being silly since he was talking to her. The little girl informed him that she was in pain. He thought she was a dumb little girl, but it turned out she wasn't. Tsitsi asked her to let her go. Mohan abruptly let her go and explained that she had grown so much, and her uncle had completely forgotten that she was no longer a baby. This was the 9th prince who had not married once in the original story, and he wasn't mentioned much in the plot. Mohan asked her about the fact that she really didn't remember him. He recalled that her uncle, having once been her babysitter, didn't see her for a long time after that. It's rare, but this person was the closest person to Ye Chiki in the original. It was a pity that after she died, he became extremely angry and rebelled. Chiki immediately grabbed his sleeve and turned to him. Mohan stroked her head with words about her being so pretty. Everyone listened and obeyed the tyrant, but only he was adamant and always had his point of view. The little girl stretched her arms out to her uncle and asked her to take her in his arms. Last year she was so ugly that she couldn't just go outside, but now she had become so cute. Mohan gladly took the little girl in his arms. Of course he's a good man, that's why he smiles at her so much. It would be great if he became her father. It was announced that His Majesty had arrived. Chiki, as soon as she saw him, she thought that he was scary to look at. Someone had hurt her or something, which made her cling to her uncle. Mohan apologized to his brother for not being able to bow to him, being with a baby in his arms. Lian announced that they were having a family dinner, but the 9th prince shouldn't have come, and if he wasn't comfortable holding someone in his arms, it would be best to let them go. Mohan did so, with the words that his words were reasonable. The book didn't really mention their relationship, but now she could feel the tension between them. Lian asked his brother not to spoil anything on this day, to which Mohan informed the little girl that her father was always cold, so she shouldn't be afraid. He leaned closer to her and told her that since he was playing the obedient brother for now, he would secretly take her out of the palace with him after it was over, and they would have a good time. The little girl replied with great joy that she was the best uncle in the world, and she loved him so much more than anyone else in the world. Mohan replied to the little one that he too loves her more than anyone else in the world and will take her away from her father sooner or later. Please, sooner that time would come, she would rather be with the 9th prince than with the tyrant emperor. Her uncle announced that the banquet was about to begin and it was time for him to go sit down at the table. He will come to fetch her when the banquet is over. Chiki will wait for her uncle there. She will finally be able to get out of the palace, even if it is temporary, and take a look at the outside world. Behind her, she noticed the blue robe, the narrow eyes, the pale skin. This person in the original is a crazy lunatic, and her dread 6th brother, the 6th Prince Ye Ting Shengu. He hates being stared at, so she will be the first to leave. He grabbed her shoulder to make her stop. He informed about her looking cute but acting weird. He asked about the fact that didn't she want to meet her older brother. It's over. Now he won't let her go. Chiki replied that wasn't true. She wouldn't dare. The prince asked for what she called him, to which the little girl replied that 6th brother. She didn't realize that she was wrong. After all, he was the 6th prince. Shengu thought about the fact that this little girl had never dared to speak in front of him before, but now she was being bold. He thinks it's impossible for her to change so quickly. He took her cheek and asked her not to call him that again. This man is so dangerous that his eyes seem to be able to see right through her, so she will try to pretend to be crazy and stupid to get him off her back. Chiki said that if the 6th brother hadn't grabbed her so suddenly, she would have kept quiet. Shengu didn't realize that she wasn't afraid of him at all or what. He leaned over to her and informed her that he would definitely take away her sight next time, so she wouldn't dare to look at him again. This guy is really crazy, just like in the original. This scene was being watched by the emperor. The gentleman noticed that the emperor was in good spirits. Mr. Zhao said that the first emperors in the past had 3,000 beauties in their harem. Now it was time for him to add to his harem. He asked how His Majesty would like them to call the most beautiful ladies to him. It's been 10 years since His Majesty came back from the war. They all kept talking about how the ministers also thought that this year would be the most fortunate year for him if he got married. Beauties are rare indeed, and this year would be good for him to be able to add to his harem. Lian reported that even if he did get 100 women in his harem, they wouldn't be of much use to him. Chiki didn't understand why he was angry over the words the ministers said. It frightened her. The emperor didn't realize that he was a ghost, or what. After all, that girl had been glaring at him from the sidelines all the time, but now she just turned away after meeting his gaze. This made the emperor's mood a little worse. Chen turned to him and told him that it was his birthday, so the ministers and sons had been looking for a long time and finally found a gift for him. Chen presented the emperor with the gift. The minister reported that this sword is very good. It has a sharp, impenetrable blade. This dragon-patterned sword was made by a professional craftsman in Jiangnan, Jianfang, so everyone hopes he likes it. Lian looked at it and reported that it was quite impressive. Chen thought about how her father didn't like her gift. He didn't like it at all. If he had really liked this sword, he would have definitely taken it and looked at it, but he didn't even touch it. The third princess thought about how the cheapskate still hadn't offered her gift, but her father had been looking at her all this time and he didn't even praise her. Even if her father hates Chen, she knows it's because of Chiki. After all, he treated her differently before until she showed up and ruined everything. Chen reported that she had heard that the seventh princess had also prepared a gift for her father. She asked about why don't they look at it. Chiki replied that she couldn't, and it was best not to open it right away. The third princess snatched the gift from Chiki's hands and informed her that she didn't have anything she couldn't see. Chiki asked her to return the gift. Chen asked about why it couldn't be opened, since she had to see what was in that box. The third princess was born Empress of the Palace. That's why she's so generous with gifts. And Chiki, in her opinion, is just a lowlife who doesn't even have money. What kind of gift can she give being a petty beggar? She decided to embarrass her in front of everyone for once. Chiki made it known that she was not allowed to look at it, since it was made especially for Daddy. As soon as Chen started to open the gift, the emperor immediately closed it and took it for himself. Lian turned to his daughter and asked about the fact that she hadn't heard it well, or what, since her sister had told her not to touch it. Chen explained that she was just curious. Lian didn't let the third princess speak and turned to Chiki and asked if he could look at it. The little girl gave an affirmative answer. He asked her to come closer to him. Sitsi quickly complied with this request. There was no way he could get used to her being so small. Chiki informed that only he could open and look at the gift. The emperor asked if it was for sure. The princess is really poor. She can't afford to give away any precious things. When she goes to school, she can only draw pictures. The emperor did so. Chiki thought about what a shame this was, and now death was definitely waiting for her. Lian turned the papyrus with his portrait on it and asked if she drew it. The little girl informed that she didn't have any money, so she did it. She asked about if he liked it. Chiki knows that this gift is not comparable to Ye Chen's gift, but even he didn't like it. She really wished her father wouldn't talk about such a thing in front of more people, because it would really hurt her. The emperor stroked her head and told her that she had done a good job and that he liked her very much. Lian handed over the portrait and asked him to give it to the ministers and invite all the officials to appreciate it. Chiki is quite talented, so she shouldn't be so worried. The ministers said that the portrait is very similar to the emperor, and it seems that the seventh princess can already paint at a young age, which is really worthy of respect. Looking at the character of the painting, we can say with certainty that it is His Majesty. The girl is simply a goddess of painting, as she managed to transfer everything to the picture. Chen thought about the fact that the sword, which she bought for a lot of money, actually became unimportant junk compared to some painting of a commoner. The princess thought about whether or not her father's words about liking the painting meant that Chiki had won his love. The minister noticed some more text on the painting. It said that fortune is like the long flow of water in the East China Sea, and life is no older than Nanshan. The birthday star gives color to the Tathagata and has been revealed to Shuyu Guanghua ever since. What a poem. They had never heard of it as a birthday poem. Chiki explained that she happened to see this phrase in an ancient book, and so she wrote it. The gentleman asked if the princess could also read, to which the little girl replied that she could read a little. One of the ministers showed the paper and asked if she knew what was written on the old official paper. The little girl replied that Tin was part of her sixth brother's name and pointed to the prince. Shengu thought of her acting suspicious and clumsy in speaking her literacy, but the people around her fell for it. The minister noted that the seventh princess clearly had a penchant for reading. He showed her the paper and asked about how it read. Chi-Chi wondered if Ting Shengu was digging a hole for her. What could he possibly have against a 5-year-old child after all, saying the emperor's name in the main hall is a serious offense? Chi-Chi started to talk about how it reads as, but the minister kept on asking about whether she understood. Shengu thought about the fact that if she really didn't know, the ministers would drive her skid, and if she was intentionally wrong, she was committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. The emperor reported that Chi-Chi was still too young and did not need to be able to pronounce all the words. He promised that he would teach her everything in the future. The minister didn't understand. Didn't His Majesty strictly monitor the purity? Even the most beloved third princess had never been in the emperor's arms, and the unloved seventh princess had been taken in the arms of the emperor himself in front of the ministers. He thought he should help the third princess get rid of the seventh princess, but first he had to make amends. He went to the emperor and told him that the seventh princess was talented and intelligent since she could read, and then added that it would be better if the seventh princess came to the country to learn everything. Chen Ding would do his best to teach her all the possible sciences. The second minister reported that the Imperial College was a place of education only for princes and princesses. The emperor asked about whether or not she wanted to enter Guozi College for further studies. There was some misunderstanding. The minister said that he would like to explain to the seventh princess that the point of the college is that only members of the royal family study there. In addition to calligraphy, essays, and the 6 arts, they can choose the science of understanding the world while gaining experience. The third princess and the sixth prince are already studying there, and the eldest prince will also teach her when he is free. If the siblings are all going to college together, this girl should not refuse. She seems to like it there in the future. Chi-Chi's life by those 3 will become hell. She won't be able to go back to her old life. Tsitsi replied that she didn't want to study. She didn't like it. She cried. The minister asked the princess not to cry. The emperor said he understood. Yes, her ploy worked. She will not study. Sister Avan reported that the banquet had gone on long and the snowy road was slippery, but they had better get back to the palace. Chi-Chi asked about whether Taifu Chin's relationship with the other concubines was good. Sis replied that she didn't know, but she had heard that she was a pre-instructor at the Empire's college, and other mothers often inquired about their children's progress from Taifu Chin. Chi-Chi announced that it was already time for them to move out, as it was getting colder outside. Sister Avan held out a dish to the princess and informed her that this would keep her warm. Chi-Chi wondered what position she had in the harem and what she was really hiding, for Taifu Chin was the concubine and mother of the third princess. Suddenly, she abruptly began to be tossed from side to side. It was reported that the sixth prince was there. The little girl didn't understand why the one stopped her carriage. Shengu walked over to Chi-Chi and asked about if she could give him a ride. Chi-Chi said yes. It would be very difficult for her, a fragile, small, and naive little girl, to survive in a harem that resembled a wolf's den. Chi-Chi held out a handkerchief to him with words for him to wipe the snow off his face. He asked her to call him by his first name. That kind of made the little girl start to shake. He explained to her that she shouldn't shiver. Chi-Chi didn't understand what was wrong with him. Maybe he was just testing her vocabulary or something. Then she decided to wipe his face herself. The little girl addressed him as an older brother again, to which he asked what she called him. Tsitsi explained that her arm was already hurting from holding it like that. He was, as it turned out, far worse than a tyrant. Shengu took the handkerchief and thought to himself that he must be crazy to think she looked like a princess from a fairy tale. This embarrassed the prince a bit, and he decided to dismiss the thoughts. After all, she was just a simple 5-year-old girl. Chi-Chi noticed that he was shivering and thought he was cold. He handed him the dishes that warmed her, and let him know that he was warm. Shengu asked about whether she had called anyone else Big Brother, to which the little girl replied that she had not. That was good. He stroked her head. So far, she had only seen him as a brother, which is what she should call a big brother. Shengu informed the little girl that she was very talented, so she shouldn't worry about going to college. Chiki asked about him wanting her to go to study at the Imperial College or what. The prince is acting suspicious, after all. Why would he support his sister? He is clearly up to something. The prince explained that he sees her trying, so he wants to study with her, and asked how she sees it, to which the little girl replied that she didn't like studying. He started hugging her, telling her that she had to be obedient or she would get into big trouble. Under his pressure, she agreed to go to that college. Shengu asked if she was afraid of him. Chiki explained that she was just a little tired and she wasn't. He took her cheek again and noted that she was chubby. Chiki informed him that as soon as she returned, she would lose weight immediately. The prince rose from his seat and only confirmed her words that if she ate too much, she would get fat, and then added that he would also like her to draw a portrait for her older brother in a week. She didn't realize what kind of man he really was. That look in his eyes irritated her so much. Okay, she needs to calm down, and she should also avoid this guy. Lingyuan Pavilion a few days later. Chiki was running along with Daibai. They fell to the ground and she embraced that his color is really not easy to see in a pile of snow. Sis went over to the princess and explained that last night was quite cold and windy, so you shouldn't spend too much time or play outside for too long in such weather, or you'll catch a cold. The little girl said that she had never seen so much snow. Her sister still insisted that the princess should not make trouble. The little girl got so carried away that she didn't notice and crashed into something. It was the emperor. She thought she was done for. Lian asked if she was having fun, to which the little girl, trembling, replied that she wasn't having fun at all. He asked her to hold out her arms. Sitsi reluctantly did so and asked him not to do anything, for she knew it was wrong and she would never play outside again, only that he would not hit her hands, for she was afraid of pain. He asked her what her little head was thinking. Was he really that horrible to her? The little girl, almost crying, explained that she thought he had people who could behead her. He inquired of her about her accusing him or what. He decided to just see her palace and see her, and the training would carry over to another time. She thanked him. The emperor informed her that she should take a nap while he went first, and then reminded her to remember to practice the words she had been taught before. Chiki waved happily and asked him not to forget about her, for she would be waiting for him. When she was already lying in bed with Dabai by her side, her uncle came into her room and asked her to be quiet. They were walking along the rooftops, and Mohan explained that he had come for her, so she should pack soon. Tsitsi was thrilled that her uncle was so strong that he could jump on rooftops. They carefully jumped off the krishi. The uncle explained that if she liked it outside the palace, he would often take her outside in the future. The girl was overjoyed at this news. Uncle Mohan is really jealous of her ice father who had a cute little daughter like her. If her uncle has a daughter, he will spoil and love her more than anyone else in the world. Too bad Mohan, the 9th prince, didn't have any children in the original, and later he also ended up being pierced by arrows because of the change of palace. How she wished she could change the fate of a good man like him. In the market, a man was selling candied hawthorns, fragrant and crunchy candied hawthorns on a butterhead. The little girl immediately wanted them. The vendor informed her that if she wanted them so badly, her daddy would be sure to take one head for her. The uncle leaned over to Chi-Chi and asked her not to call him Uncle Emperor there, or they would be quickly uncovered. She started calling him Uncle, but that only broke his heart. He didn't understand why at least not Daddy. He had already despaired and asked her to choose. He would buy everything. It turns out that the 9th prince's guards had been watching them all that time. The vendor handed over the head completely, to which Sitsi informed that the spirit sticks would be enough. Mohan asked about why, instead of taking all of them, she decided to take only 2 sticks. Sitsi explained that she likes to take everything in moderation. Moreover, 2 sticks would be enough for Dabai and Dad. Mohan asked about her knowledge of it. Chiki realized that she almost got burned and replied that what she meant was that she shouldn't eat a lot of sweets. That's what Sister Awan had said. Not far away, she saw the sixth prince, but there was some iron-masked man standing next to him. She can't say anything in the palace, but she will tell in a restaurant nearby. Mohan asked about what she saw there, to which the little girl replied that she saw nothing. She didn't realize whether the man had disappeared or she just imagined it. Her uncle said that he would like to show her the best restaurant in Beijing, which was in that Linlong pavilion. It's called the Spring Banquet. Now that he went there is no reason not to try it this time. Chiki reported that she was really already hungry. They sat at the table. Chiki excitedly reported that it was so expensive. Only with her uncle could she go outside the palace and eat such good food. Mohan said that he had just been informed by the guards that something had happened at his mansion, and he had to go back there to find out what was wrong, so he couldn't send her back to the palace by himself. She can eat for now, and then a senior guard will pick her up. Chiki informed him not to worry, she would be fine on her own, and then asked about whether she could pack up the leftovers later if she didn't eat everything. Her uncle informed her that there was no need to take anything away. If she liked the dish, he would even send it to her palace every day. She asked him to wait a moment. She handed him the letter and explained that she wanted to give this letter to her father for his birthday, along with a present. But at that time she was not practicing and did not know so many symbols. He asked about the fact that it would be awkward for her to give this letter herself, so she asks her uncle. To which the little girl explained that this was true, but she didn't think her uncle would be able to help her. He leaned over to her and informed her that he could help, but Chiki would have to pay her uncle the emperor for taking her outside the palace. The uncle remarked that she was so nice, since his niece was asking him for help, he had no right to refuse her. Even though she is happy, the situation in the palace is not encouraging. Maybe one day this letter will save her life. Suddenly she was approached. Her sixth brother came by and informed her that her name is really cute. Shengu told the guard that he could go, for he would later personally escort the seventh princess away. The one wanted to object, but the prince asked about how the one dared to disobey the order of the prince in front of him. He walked closer to Chiki. She thought about what he needed outside the palace. Shengu continued to approach her and the little girl kept backing away. He asked about why she was immediately pulling away from him. Was he scary or what? Chiki cried, for her little brother will push her down, to which Shengu asked her to stop crying. She told the truth. He understood everything as long as she didn't scream. He informed her that she had lost her royal face. He held out a handkerchief to her to wipe her tears. The guy thought about the fact that no matter how you look at it, she is just a pathetic and whiny 5-year-old girl. He doesn't know why, but he feels like she's not easy. On one hand, he can't give up and not learn something about her. On the other hand, he doesn't know where to start. Shengu asked Chiki, who had started to eat, that she was acting so carefree but didn't think he could poison her by feeding her that food. This came as a shock to the little girl. She asked about, isn't it a shame for her brother to spoil the food? Shengu asked about how she doesn't care about her life, but she feels sorry for that table of food or what. He doesn't understand how she earned the emperor's favor. The prince kept asking about if the food was really poisoned. Would she be able to live long after eating it? The princess replied that she believed that Big Brother was not like that. If he cared about her life, he wouldn't do such a thing. Anyway, these princes have always been cruel and cold. It doesn't matter whose hand she dies by. He didn't realize that she would just take it like that and trust him or what. He asked her to stop eating already. He picked her up in his arms and informed her that it was getting late, so it was not safe to go outside the palace after curfew. He would send her back to the palace first. Chiki's hands dropped her chicken leg, which she didn't finish. If she stays there, they'll come, but there's no need to know that. He put her in his carriage that would take her back home to the palace. He reminded her not to let anyone see her, not to say anything to anyone, nothing after she returned to the palace. Chichi agreed and promised. Lingyuan Pavilion. She doesn't know if her tyrant father likes sweets, so she will ask Sister Awang to give them to him. Upon arrival, she didn't realize why it was so quiet and where everyone was. Chichi called out for both Sis and the kitten, but suddenly the emperor ordered her in. He asked her about where she came from. The little girl replied that she came from the palace, to which came a new question about her leaving the palace, or what. Leon shouted, asking about who let her. She replied with a bit of a stutter that no one herself. Her father asked about who she came with. The tyrant is too angry, so if she admits that her uncle let her go out, she will definitely kill him. Chiki replied that no one. She went out for a walk by herself. Leon asked how such a young lady dared to deceive him. Chiki said she didn't. The emperor asked about whether she really thinks he is stupid or what. After all, the palace walls are surrounded by royal guards. When she left the palace, who she left with, what roof she walks on, and what clothes she wears. He was yelling about whether she knew how dangerous it was outside the palace. She was just going after someone she didn't know or what. He raised his hand at her, to which the little girl fell over. She noticed her candied hawthorns fall out. The emperor reported that he thought that stranger had taken her to some expensive place, but it turned out that she was just holding a cheap candy. Tsitsi replied that it was something she loved and wanted to share it with someone, but no sooner had she finished than her father questioned who it was with. He asked about it being her lover. She only shared it because he bought her some simple sweets or what. He snatched the bag from her hands and asked about her coming to him just to tell him about someone else or what. He lifted the bag of sweets upwards and asked about whether he was her father or Yemohan. The little girl asked him not to, but her father still threw her sweets on the floor, which cracked. She cried and asked her father about why he won't listen to her explanation and only throws her things. She hates her father, to which the emperor calmly replied that he didn't expect her to like him. The emperor said that the palace servants of the 7th princess's palace took bad care of the mistress and she subsequently escaped, so all the servants will be executed. Chiki said that it was not their fault, as she was the one who begged her uncle to take her with him, and she was the one who pretended to fall asleep and then ran away. Her actions had nothing to do with them. Chiki begged for mercy for them. Leon explained that if it was all a joke to her, she could go and fool around outside his palace. He would not rescind his order. The little girl sat and cried. She thought about how accompanying him was like accompanying a tiger. She would ignore him again. 3 days later, Emperor's room. The Emperor reported that if there was something to say, he should say it. Mr. Zhao reported that the 9th prince had been waiting outside for an hour. He asked if he should be invited. The Emperor ordered him to be sent away. Mr. Zhao replied that it was fine. Mr. Zhao went out to the 9th prince and asked if he had heard the emperor. Mohan handed the lord the letter and said that he had been asked to give this to Nanny. Let the emperor see how the time would be. As the prince started to leave, he added that Leon didn't like sweets after all, and the little girl had bought candied hawthorns. These words surprised the emperor. Mr. Zhao asked what he meant that the 7th princess had bought them for the emperor. The prince replied that he thought that his brother was a tyrant, incapable of loving his children, and especially the nanny. He was pleasantly surprised that this little girl turned out to be loving and good-natured. And they both have similarities. The emperor wants Nanny Nian to pretend to be his daughter, but it really hurts the little girl. Some people don't know they are in bliss. As soon as Mr. Zhao turned around, he was startled to see the emperor standing behind him. He asked how long the one had been there. Leon ordered him to hand over the letter and close the door. He took out the letter and began to read it. Chiki was addressing her father. She talked about how when she first met him she was very scared, but she wanted to get closer to him. Chiki began to watch her appearance to please Papa and not disappoint him. Although Daddy is cruel, he has a good side. He can't beat her. He became her savior when she was left alone to die on the mountain, which means he is the most powerful and kind daddy who gave her a fatherly love that she didn't feel before. On her daddy's birthday, Chiki could only give him a picture drawn by her own hands as she couldn't afford to buy an expensive gift. Even though she put a lot of effort into it, it didn't seem like he liked it. But despite this, she finally has a daddy and she no longer feels like an unwanted child. She is really happy. She also likes candied hawthorns, which the palace doesn't have, so her uncle took her to town so she could buy them. They were really delicious, so Chiki wanted to share with her dad. This letter made his hands shake. Now he understood what she meant by saying that she liked candied hawthorns. The emperor ordered the carriage to be prepared. The lord informed the emperor that he would not be able to go as the palanquin had been in a state of disrepair for a long time. They were ordered to prepare another one. Mr. Zhao kept nagging the others that God forbid His Majesty would fall ill. A few minutes later, they were told that the new palanquin had been prepared. The master invited His Majesty to pass, but the emperor was nowhere to be found. Lian Wuzhui went to the Qiki Palace, where he was accidentally met on the doorstep by his sister Avan. She apologized to him for daring to look at His Majesty. Lian asked where she was. Avan replied that she had fallen fast asleep after visiting him. The emperor went into her room. He asked Dabai the tiger cub to be quiet. The emperor thought that she was probably still angry with him. Even if he woke her up, he would still have to bow his head to this girl. He gently covered her with the blanket. Suddenly, there was a sudden rumble of thunder that woke the little girl up. She immediately threw herself into a hug, thinking she was hugging her sister Avan. Qiki asked about why her waist was so wide. The little girl asked for her sister to stay with her, but she didn't understand why she was silent and wiped her eyes. She was very surprised when her tyrant father was sitting instead of her sister. She didn't understand if it wasn't him who hadn't accepted the sweets from her a few days ago, what else he wanted to do to her. She hated to see him so much. Lian asked about how she was feeling. The little girl informed that she was going to sleep already and asked him to get out of bed. But just as thunder rumbled again, Tsitsi grabbed his clothes and asked him not to leave, for she was very much afraid of thunder. Her father agreed and started stroking his head. Tsitsi kept saying that she was afraid of thunder, and she was also afraid that her father would break the candied fruit that she wanted to give as a present. He hugged her gently. He apologized to her for being wrong. He kept talking about how he shouldn't have broken the candied hawthorns that Qiki wanted to give him. He asked about whether she was willing to forgive him. This surprised the princess very much, and she didn't realize if she could be having auditory hallucinations due to lack of sleep. She couldn't believe that the tyrant had just apologized to her. How could an arrogant man like him bow his head and apologize? Qiki replied that he would strangle her like that. He informed her that she could go to bed already, and he would be there for her. The little girl reached up again and kissed her father on the cheek. She informed her that Qiki was forgiving her daddy. She noticed the look on his face and thought to herself that she better keep quiet, because he might get angry again, and she now needed to apologize to him. Lian kissed his daughter on the forehead as well. He informed her that it was very nice and she could sleep, and he would stay by her side. Babe asked about him really not leaving her. Lian explained that if she was afraid of thunderstorms in the future, he would always sleep next to her, in the morning. There were different jewelry on the table. Chi-Chi asked if it was all for her or what. Sister Awang said that it was all given to her by His Majesty in the morning before he left, so it was all hers. Chi-Chi explained that she was now the richest princess in the palace and would not be in danger of poverty. Mailshka turned to her sister and said that it had rained and snowed last night when her father came to visit her, and that in the morning she felt unwell and thought she had caught a cold. To which Awang only confirmed that His Majesty came by last night, and his clothes were wet. Qiki informed that it was time for her to go outside as well. Qiki suggested that she should go and see her dad off, to which Avan tried to stop her. After all, the princess should wear a cape as it was cold outside. Third Princess Yechen's palace. The princess talked about how that ugly woman dared to take her father away from her. Her servants reported that not only that, the servants had also heard that last night, His Majesty had actually ignored the cold, thunderous rain and went to visit the seventh princess without taking a palanquin, and by the time he arrived, his robe was soaked through. They went on to say that after His Majesty left her palace in the morning, then he ordered the Minister of the Interior to send a lot of gold, silver, precious stones, and ancient treasures to her palace. They don't know why His Majesty gave her so much wealth, for she is only 5 years old. This made Yechen very angry, and she reported what must have been the one who asked for it. She knows how to get her father's attention back. She needs to teach that little girl a lesson and ordered the servants to go after her. imperial garden. Ye Chen greeted Chiki and announced the meeting. Chiki noticed the familiar dress and didn't understand why Chen was there. Chiki greeted the future empress. Ye Chen said that it had been so long since she had seen the seventh princess, and she looked so much prettier. She had managed to please her father and attract attention. Chen asked why she was standing so far away from her. She asked her not to be afraid of Chiki and to come closer because she wouldn't hurt her. Subs to me, what's next will be... What's... The little girl thought about the third princess, thinking she was totally stupid or something. She wouldn't let her bully her a second time. Chiki turned to her sister and informed her that she had some things to do, so she would leave first. To which Ye Chen abruptly grabbed the little girl. She asked about where she was going, because her sister was kind enough to talk to her, and Chiki dared to ignore her. Chen abruptly dropped the little girl and asked about whether she enjoyed pretending to be miserable in front of her father for the sake of making him pity her and love her. Even in front of her, she does the same thing. Sister Avon abruptly ran up to Chiki, but she was abruptly intercepted by the third princess's maidservants. Avon asked about what Chen was doing. She kept asking the third princess about whether she was afraid of punishment, because no matter what, the seventh princess is also His Majesty's heir. Ye Chen's maid slapped her and told her that if she said a word, she would be the next to get what she deserved from their princess, so she should watch her mouth. Chiki stood up sharply and asked who she was, and shoved her sharply, saying that she was nothing but a hyena tied to her mistress who let her abuse her sister Avon, to which that maid turned to the third princess to see how insolent the seventh princess was. Chiki thought that it looks like Ye Chen wants to fight with her, so she will give her a beating and prove that she is not a little girl who is easily intimidated. Chen thought that it was a waste. A little girl like her wouldn't be able to handle her servants. Chen ordered all of them to catch that ugly girl, and if they let her escape, they would all be punished. The third princess came up to her and explained that she wanted to see how hard she was working to get away. But just then, the little girl abruptly took and bit her hand. Everyone immediately rushed to the third princess, forgetting about Chiki, who was pinned to the ground. Chiki stood up and said that she had allowed her to be arrogant and overbearing, disrespecting her elders and lording it over the little one and bullying them. But now she would act on behalf of heaven and teach her to be a goody-goody. The little one swooped down on Chen. She ordered her not to move, to which the third princess asked what she was doing. Chiki slammed her head against Chen's head. That's what made her fall down. The little girl ordered her to get up, for they weren't done yet, but that was just Chen's tears watering. She had forgotten that no matter how arrogant she was still a little girl. Chiki bringing her to tears is a sin. The third princess's conscience asked about whether she was all right, to which Ye Chen asked about what that one was saying. After all, she had seen what she had done to her. Chiki explained that if she can't handle her emotions, she should just cry. But that kind of parenting is not inherent in a princess. Chen would still continue the bullying after she cried. Chen said that she would die with her. Suddenly, the emperor appeared and asked about what was going on there. Ye Chen rushed over to him and said that he should teach Chiki a lesson because she dared to raise her hand. She is crazy. Lian ordered Chen to stay away from him. He leaned over to Chiki and asked what had happened, to which the little girl replied that they just had a fight. Lian took the little girl's cheeks and asked about the bump on her forehead and if it was just a fight or what. He then turned to Chen and informed her that she would be grounded for a month. If she commits the crime again next time, he will take her to Jizhou Palace, put her in a corner, and then she will think hard about her behavior. He asked Chiki to come with him. Chen was crying and couldn't understand why he didn't believe her. The servant turned to the princess and asked her to get up from the ground, for she was cold, to which the princess shouted that they were a bunch of useless idiots, for they giggled and just watched her being bullied. She ordered them to spill. The second brother appeared and reported that he kept puzzling over who it was that was yelling at the servants and disturbing his sleep, and it turned out to be the third princess. The appearance of the second brother made Chen terrified. Meanwhile, at Chiki's, the little girl asked her father to wait for her for a while, as she could not keep up with him. The emperor asked why she did that a few minutes ago, because she can't fight with anyone all the time. Tsitsi said that she wouldn't do that anymore. Her father started to lift her up in his arms, to which she explained that she was dirty. Lian informed her that he was aware of the fact that she had gotten dirty, and so he asked her not to dodge the question. This tyrant had always been suspicious to her, but at this point there was an opportunity to clear things up. Chiki started talking about how it all started on his birthday. On his birthday, he sent Chiki to study at the Imperial College. Sister Chen was originally the only princess who was allowed to enroll there, but now Chiki is also studying there, so she was naturally angry. The emperor explained that she always had problems with poetry and calligraphy, and he wanted to stop her studies, but she was praised and insisted on continuing her studies. Sister Ye Chen is the daughter of Empress Rong, who lives in the main palace, and Chiki is the daughter of a commoner, so Taifu Qin does not value her as much as Sister Ye Chen. Empress from the main palace, indeed in the Imperial College, it is customary to worship the highest, so she may assume that Empress Rong and Qin Taifu are secretly conspiring. But this child in front of her is also worthy of studying there. The little girl walked to Sister Awang. She asked her about those servants, saw her, and so they ran away because they are afraid, or what? She answered that they were not. They were not afraid. They were just in a hurry to go about their business. Chiki asked about what happened and asked her not to hide anything. Avan replied that His Majesty's brother Zhao whipped the third princess's maids who provoked her to fight with her. Perhaps His Majesty gave such an order, so now all the servants in the palace are afraid of him. Her tyrant father has made her a respected person that everyone fears, and it's for her own good. Chi-Chi suggested to her sister to take a walk. They were met by the minister who greeted them. Chi-Chi thought about whether it was Taifu Qin or whoever. Chi-Chi immediately grabbed Sis's hand and turned her around in the opposite direction, away from the man. Sis asked about what was the matter after all. They were going to the Imperial Garden, to which the little girl replied that there was no need to say anything, but simply to follow her. The man turned to the princess and told her that he was Minister Lao, and then asked if she remembered him. It's not like he could be wrong about her. Chiki replied that she had not seen him once for 7 years, to which the minister replied that if she didn't remember him, it was no big deal. He was going to visit the 7th princess's palace himself to ask her to go with him to Guozikyang school. Chi-Chi thanked him for his kindness and informed him that she didn't know him at all. So, they would see each other later. Just taking his feet in his hands, the little girl disappeared over the horizon. The minister asked her to wait. He offered to give her a puppy as a reconciliation, and he could also buy sugar pumpkins. But even that couldn't stop the princess from running away. She didn't understand what was going on and why the minister was chasing her, because it was so uncultured. Only she wanted to catch her breath as suddenly she was grabbed by her hand. It was the 6th sibling who covered her mouth with his hand so as not to give her away and asked her to keep quiet. Chi-Chi noticed that he looked even worse than he had since their last meeting. She wondered if he was injured or if he was sick. The minister didn't understand why a princess with such short legs could run so fast. Shengu reported that the man had already left. He asked his sister why he was chasing her, to which Chiki replied that he wanted her to go with him to the village to listen in on the phone conversation. The 6th sibling reported that there was nothing bad there, and then asked about why she was running away. The little girl explained that she didn't want to be the center of attention, which also applies to traveling. Guozijiang looks like a school, but it's actually a place where powerful people collide. Now Shengu realized why she was acting like that. He coughed. Chiki asked if he had hurt himself, or if he was sick, because he looked terrible. Shengu briefly replied that it was none of her business. The little girl thought about how she really shouldn't worry about him, let alone talk to him, but she doesn't know why every time she sees him, she feels that he looks a lot like her. But it's worth staying alert in case he pulls something. Shengu informed her that she had to go back, because being born in the palace, she was already doomed to survive, and if she hid forever, she would just die. It was the first time he had analyzed the pros and cons with her, and perhaps the first time he had opened his heart to anyone. Brother explained that as for her safety after she went to the village, she should let her 6th brother protect her. Now that she had heard of his secrets twice and he hadn't bothered to kill her, it was safe to be around him. They walked out together to the minister, who immediately took notice of them, especially the seventh princess. Shengu asked about the fact that didn't the seventh princess promise to draw his portrait last time. Chiki informed that she could start right that minute. Shengu informed her that she should then go and paint sooner, rather than later. So she did. Only the minister was once again left without the princess's attention. The sixth prince turned to Taif Chin and informed him that he could not linger any longer, for the students were waiting to ask for advice on their articles. Central Hall. His Majesty has arrived. The little girl immediately rushed over to her daddy, but just then, the little one noticed behind him, Taifu Chin again. She asked him about why he was there again. What a persistent one. Taifu Chin turned to the seventh princess and informed her that the sixth prince had stopped the minister in the morning, but he missed her and wanted to give her something. In his hands, he held a cute little puppy. The minister went on to say that he had heard that she had a kitten named Dabai, and then asked about how she looked into getting a puppy too. Tsitsi asked about who told him about Dabai being a kitten. Suddenly, Dabai comes running into the room, just growling, which startled the minister. He couldn't believe that it was Dabai. The minister just threw the puppy on Dabai's head and fell down from the realization. Chiki explained that Dabai was a white tiger. The emperor ordered Taifu Chin to be taken to Tai Yuan's healer. The little girl went to her father and reported that she had thought about it and was ready to give an answer. The emperor asked what kind. The little girl reported that she wants to go to the village to improve her skills. The state superintendent can train people and guide them to improve their skills. Chiki doesn't want to be a stupid princess. She doesn't want people to think that the emperor's daughter is illiterate. Leon picked her up in his arms and informed her that he did not recall his daughter being so eloquent. The little girl reported that this was true. The emperor explained that he could get her a place there in the spring anyway if she wanted, but in the meantime, she should go change, and they would go for a walk somewhere. Tsitsi was excited. She asked about them being outside the palace or what. Lian explained that if she wanted to, he would take her out of the palace often. The little girl thought about the fact that she thought the tyrant was getting jealous, inviting her out of the blue for a walk. She reported that she remembered everything. The emperor asked about what Mohan had bought her that time. Leon bought her anything she just wanted and showed her. She had a lot of fun with him. She asked her father about whether they bought too much, to which Leon asked about her not liking the way her dad treated her or what. The emperor thought about how ridiculous it was that Mohan was trying to trick his daughter into buying only 3 sticks of sugar hawthorns. The little girl informed her father that she had the best daddy for her, so she would be the best daughter for him too. She suggested that her father go to the fish fair. A carriage that ran very close could have caught the little girl, but the emperor took her away carefully. Mohan appeared from the carriage and turned to his niece. Chiki asked why he had come, to which Mohan replied that he simply had nothing to do. He missed the feast he and Tsitsi had made that day. He then turned to the emperor and informed him that he was there too, to which the emperor replied that unfortunately yes. Mohan saw that amount of sugar hawthorns and asked about him wanting a store to open them or what. The emperor informed that it was for his daughter, to which Mohan replied that it would be bad for her to eat so many sweet things. Her father turned to Chiki and explained that her dad just didn't want to seem stingy to her. The little girl reported that she wants to eat already. It was impossible for her to understand how the brothers had lived in peace with each other for so many years. The emperor took his daughter by the hand and informed her that he would take her to the fish fair. After everyone sat down at the table, the tension came. Chiki didn't realize what the awkward silence was all about. Leon asked his daughter to sit closer since it would be just the two of them eating. Mohan informed that he too would be eating with them, for he too was very hungry, to which he replied that he did not care for him. Mohan explained that it did not matter whether he was hungry or not, for they had to feed the child first and put a piece in her plate. The emperor didn't understand the meaning of they, and put a piece in the little girl's plate as well. At last, she would be able to eat. Everyone took turns trying to put food on her. It was too much. Chiki turned to her father and uncle and informed them that she wouldn't be able to eat that much food, to which they collectively replied to her to just eat. Half a month later, Lin Yuan Pavilion. Avan was gathering the princess with the words that she had her first exam, and so she shouldn't be late. On the way, she spotted the sixth brother. When he's relaxed, he looks so innocent and harmless. If only he was always like this and wasn't bothered by all the fighting. Tsitsi took out a piece of paper and a pencil and decided to draw him. She wanted to keep this portrait as a keepsake. But suddenly, Shengu snatched the portrait from her and informed her that Dao Qin was right, that she was a gifted girl. The little girl asked him to return the drawing, to which Shengu replied that since the portrait was painted for him, he would accept it. The little girl informed him that she would complain to her daddy and he would beat him. The sixth brother explained that he had heard that she had a fight with Ye Chen in the Imperial Garden. Chiki replied that it was true, but it was Chen who provoked and insulted her first, so she couldn't help herself and hit her. She is a child, so fighting is normal for her. Shengu reported that later, the emperor's concubine and Qin Taifu were informed about the incident, but her father realized early on that it was Ye Chen who was involved, and punished her mother as well, and then asked about the fact that she had deliberately set it up herself, didn't she? Chiki couldn't believe that he had guessed, even though he didn't have any proof, but knowing her motives was tantamount to staying close to her. Only the little girl wanted to reply as Shengu explained that he didn't say she did wrong. After all, it's not easy for anyone to live in the palace because it's always a place rife with trouble. It seems that he didn't mean to hurt her. He went on to say that there was no shame in hurting people to save his life. He asked her to try not to have a showdown in public next time and to never tell anyone. Even though she had almost gotten into his personal life twice, he didn't seem to want to get rid of her, and instead taught her how to survive. He informed her that they had to go to the State Department. Perhaps about the palace she should confide in this particular guy. Chiki asked him to wait for her. National State Department. Chiki turned to her brother and reported that there was no bench there. In addition to the place where the crown prince usually attends classes, there are also descendants of honored generals, but there is no shortage of people who rely on their father's achievement. He asked the little girl to stay close to him. She wondered what the sixth prince was like in class, whether he was lazy or not. The third princess is still under house arrest and won't come to class. As soon as they entered the classroom, everyone started to pay attention to Chiki. They were wondering who she was, why they hadn't seen her there before. She must have a good education to study in the State Department system at such a young age. Chiki was looking at the floor, so she didn't notice the boy and crashed into him. She didn't realize who it was, but his hand was heavy. He Jing, the servant's son, shouted about what she was looking at. She has no conscience at all since she almost knocked a man down. He kept asking about whose child she was and who she was looking for. She replied that she wasn't looking for anyone. She just came to study, but she still asked for his forgiveness. To which He Jing asked about if they heard that little thing say that she came there to study. He kept asking questions about what an unsociable girl like her forgot there. Chiki thought about how his father wasn't that powerful, and he himself dares to make himself in charge and bully the weak. The minister's son kicks his finger at her and talks about how funny she is, just listening to her babble. The little girl so eagerly wants to punch him. Shengu, who had just appeared, lifted Chiki into his arms and looked at He Jin angrily. Shengu asked about him hurting his sister and still dared to call him brother or what, to which the latter replied that he didn't know that he was that girl's brother and asked for forgiveness. He Jing said that the sixth brother did not mind. He would ask his father to pay him for moral damages. Shengu ordered the man to shut up. It seems that He Jing is the son of a high-ranking official of the former Jing dynasty. The sixth prince ordered the man to scram. Chiki didn't understand whose child he was, the minister of labor, the minister of punishment, or the minister of ceremonies. He asked Chiki to sit next to him and not fidget when Mr. Qin entered the classroom. The teacher began the lesson. He talked about how they would be reviewing the UN opera they studied in the last class. He asked them to open their textbooks. Shengu thought to himself that this lesson was boring for him. He was more interested in how Chiki understood the material. He turned to her, and saw that she was already sound asleep on her desk. Turning to him, she grabbed his hand and pressed herself against him. The sixth prince noted that she was too intrusive, but there was nothing wrong with that. She's like that innocent white kitten that the empress kept and escaped from her. Shengu hugged his sister while the teacher read the lesson. All the bad things were over. He ordered the teacher to be more lively. After a while, Chi-Chi woke up. She didn't understand why she fell asleep in the first place. The sixth sibling reported that it was the first time he had ever seen someone sleeping so soundly in class. Chi-Chi immediately jumped up from her seat and explained that she didn't fall asleep on purpose, she just dozed off a bit, to which he said that she had slept so much that the class was over. The little girl asked why the sixth brother hadn't left, to which Shengu replied that if the queen's honor guard had not returned to the palace and the roads to the palace had not been closed, he would have left long ago. The queen should also be at the palace, so he would go with her. The sixth prince reported that Queen Rong had gone to Ningzhou Tianjin Temple to pray for the country for 3 months, and she had only just returned. Chi-Chi reported that the queen is the biological mate of the 3 princesses. After such a long separation, she must be very caring towards them. He grabbed her hand and explained that it was natural. He heard that the queen had just returned, went to the palace of the 3 princesses, and then asked his sister about why she was afraid. Now Ye Chen may not be afraid with the support of her mother, will definitely sue her for slander. Shengu explained that she won't be too well in the next few days, so she should take it cautiously. To which the little girl briefly replied, clearly, the palace of the 3 princesses. Chen spoke to her mother and informed her that she had no idea how badly her daughter had been hurt. If not for the concubine's return, her daughter would have been almost humiliated at being trampled into the dirt. The concubine asked about who dared to insult her like that, to which Chen replied that it was the one born from the cold palace concubine, Ye Chi-Chi. She was born from a pathetic, abandoned concubine. She wondered if she would be a threat or not. Chen reported that the concubine didn't know anything, and her father doesn't care about her at all, but for some unprecedented reason, in the past few months it seems as if she's been replaced. She has had to resort to tricks and stratagems to gain her father's favor and secretly began to read and draw. Now that she is a clear favorite, she dares to strike the emperor's favorite daughter. The queen asked about the fact that she dared to hit her, to which the princess replied that she did. But her father refused to listen to her and even punished her for a month. The queen kissed her daughter and told her that she had to make the decision for her because her daughter had suffered so much. But she was back and would not let anyone bully her. She waited for her mother to deal with that girl. She thinks she should go see Ye Chi-Chi. Walking towards the exit, Chi-Chi started to sneeze. The sixth prince asked about her catching a cold or what, to which the little girl replied that it looked like someone was saying bad things about her. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them, white, grinning, fan and foxy looking. It was the second Prince Ye Aoshin. Shengu greeted him. Chi-Chi hid behind Shengu and thought that it was all over. It's really him, Ye Aoshin, the second prince who really likes to draw attention to his person. The second prince said that the last time he saw her fighting with the third sister in the imperial garden, she seemed very brave and heroic, and he was lucky enough to see her side, and then asked why she was so timid at this moment. Chi-Chi didn't understand how she had missed him, because he was there. Aoshin explained that the seventh sister's eyes were very sharp. Shengu intervened and explained that she was still young and could not see the difference between beauty and ugliness. The second prince reported that a rare opportunity to play with this dumpling, with her then cold and ignorant character. Chi-Chi is indeed an interesting child. Ye Aoshin might have some good things to say about her, although he might already be thinking about killing her. He crouched down and opened his arms with words for Chi-Chi to come to him and hug his other brother. This shocked the little girl very much. She hid even more behind the sixth brother's cloak. The second brother asked about her fear of him selling her or what, to which the little girl replied that she wasn't. She decided to approach her brother after all. That's it. Her life is over. But suddenly Shengu grabbed his sister's hand and yelled for himself. He turned to the other brother and asked for forgiveness, but Chiki was afraid of him. He asked why she was afraid of him, as if she was trying to eat him, but he only wanted to hug her. Tsitsi turned to the other brother and told him that men and women should not have unnecessary contact. This left him perplexed. He asked Shengu about not being a man or what, to which the sixth prince replied that he was still young and he didn't need to worry about such things unnecessarily yet. Aoshin said that the sixth brother, who is a recluse by nature, decided to play the hero and save the beauty, to which Shengu explained that his brother was being facetious. The second prince turned around and lastly added that it was very good, because he wanted to see how long he could protect her. Chiki asked about the second brother holding a grudge or what, to which the sixth brother replied that they will see. The little girl asked about what she should do then. Shengu took her bag off her shoulders and put it on her with words about if she can avoid, and if not, fight back. Chiki asked about just relying on the two of them together. He informed of how glad he was that she was using the word they, because it had been years, no one had ever said they to him. Yeah, buddy baby. Seemingly young, but the tone is so old-fashioned. Weiyang Palace. Avan met them and asked about why the princess came back so late. The servants are so anxious. The little girl was immediately approached by Dabai. Shengu asked her to be careful. Chiki turned to the sixth sibling and explained that it was Dabai and she was taking care of him. Awan added that Her Majesty is fine. Dabai started growling at the sixth prince. Chiki reported that Dabai is usually not like this. He is very obedient and she doesn't know what is wrong. As she walked down the hallway, the little girl heard from the royal study the emperor shouting about how it was fatal for them to get an official salary and eat rice every day, and then asking about why he couldn't get rid of them all. The little girl glanced with the corner of her eye into the study and thought about how her tyrant father was mad again, or that, at times like this, it was best to stay away so as not to accidentally get crushed. The little girl's cup accidentally broke. The emperor yelled about whoever was there better get out. Chiki looked out and turned to her father. He asked about why she was there. The little girl stood in the middle of the room and thought about the fact that it wasn't a good time for her to visit yet. It was as if there was a war going on in there. Chiki informed him that she had come to feed him. He asked her not to move. The emperor lifted her up in his arms and ordered those to clean up the place. Already after cleaning up, he turned to his daughter and asked about her bringing something for Daddy, to which the little girl replied that it was a pineapple cake that he would like. He asked about the fact that she made it herself, to which Tsitsi replied that she doesn't know how to cook, so he shouldn't take offense at her. Mr. Zhao asked to be allowed to go first, for safety's sake, to which the emperor replied that there was no need and took a bite. Leon reported that it was delicious. Then Chiki decided to try it too. As soon as she rolled up her sleeves, the emperor saw the wounds on her arm and asked where she had hurt herself. Chiki replied that she cut herself, accidentally, when she was cutting a pineapple. The emperor asked about the Weiyang Palace servants being tired from their work and letting her touch a sharp knife or what. Leon had already ordered the lord to bring all the palace servants, to which the little girl informed that it has nothing to do with them, because Chiki wanted to prepare it for her daddy to eat, but she accidentally scratched herself. It has nothing to do with other people because her daddy can't implicate innocent people. She called her dad by name. Her father asked if he heard her call him by his name correctly, and then added that he didn't know who taught her those words, but since she begged, they would get away with it this time. But he wouldn't let her touch dangerous things in the future. The little girl replied that was fine. She thought she would have to get away with it, but she didn't expect him to be so unpredictable. She almost got her sister Avon and the others involved. She better be careful from now on. The emperor asked about what about going to the country to observe and learn right that day. Chiki replied that it was very good. Father asked about what her master had taught her. Chiki wanted to know that too. She replied that she had learned the 3 character classics. The father reported that it was really hard for Chiki. The little girl hugged her daddy with the words that it is not hard. Chiki is very happy, and kissed her father's cheek. He informed her that if she didn't keep up with the curriculum of the Imperial College, he could give her a little trouble, but she wasn't allowed to cheat next time. It turned out that he knew she was lying. Guojikwan never taught basic courses such as the 3 character classics, and mainly focused on poetry, books, and articles. The students studying with her, heroes or children of heroes, are much scarier from her, so he is not surprised that she is so hard to study. Chiki talked about how she met a chatty kid. He was not the son of which hero he was. His name was He Jing. Lian explained that he was the second son of He Yuanzhang, the Minister of Rights. He had mediocre qualifications and was not worthy of much responsibility. Besides, the Ministry of Rights has no real power, and then asked about why she was asking about this person. Babe explained that she doesn't have many people she comes in contact with, so she is interested in learning more. The Ministry of Rights, the second son, has no real power, and it looks like he is not part of the Queen's party, so he can use her for his own purposes. He asked her not to talk about others and gave her a pen. Chiki asked about him giving it to her, but her hands are so small and this pen is so big. Lian leaned over to her and informed her that she's still small, so it's naturally not for her, and then asked her to help with something and whispered everything in her ear. After a while, Chiki was on her way out. She was met by the Queen, who asked about why she was there, to which the little girl replied that she was bringing food for the Emperor's father. She didn't understand why she ran into him again, and the Queen was also there. She should get out of there quickly. Chen asked about her delivering the food, and then noticed the hand in the little girl's hand. She asked about the one stealing something or what, since she was so suspicious. Chiki replied with a smile that she had never done or stolen anything like that, and moved the pen to her basket. Chen rushed over to the little girl with words to give it to her. One motion and the basket with everything was already on the floor. Chen reported that the one was really brave for risking to steal her father's pen. Suddenly, the Emperor appeared and asked what the problem was. The third princess explained that Chiki dared to steal from him. This is really outrageous and he can't ignore it. Chen kept looking at the little girl and smiled. He thought that if she dared to steal something from the palace, she would be killed. Lian said that he had ordered Chen to stay locked up for a month, and then asked who would let her out. The Queen appeared and explained that he should calm his anger. She was the one who had lifted the ban without his permission, because the third princess had realized she was wrong. Lian informed that whenever he issued an order, the Queen that she could disobey it at will. Chen rushed to her father and informed him that it wasn't the concubine's fault. She was the one who wanted to see her father and knew she had done wrong. The Emperor asked the princess as to whether she knew what was wrong. She hasn't learned anything else over the years, but Chen has learned a lot of evil as he sees it. The older she gets, the uglier her heart looks. The concubine intervened in their conversation and explained that she was the one who brought her up badly, so she apologized for it. Lian stroked Chiki's head and asked her to give him a pen, which he gave her. Chen turned to her father and asked about the fact that he was the one who gave her this pen. It was the pen Lang Haoju used for the manuscript. The Emperor asked about what she wanted to say with it. Chen had many questions about it not being stolen by that princess. How could her father give her such a valuable item? She didn't understand why things were like this. The third princess approached Chiki and apologized for slandering her. The third princess, who had always been feisty, now bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Chiki didn't understand what was wrong with her. The little girl replied that it didn't matter anyway, as she wasn't angry with Sister Chen. The little girl turned to her father and asked him not to be angry with her little sister, for she had already realized that she had made a mistake. Just look at how sneaky she is. Lian reported that Chi-Chi is very sensible and reasonable. Chen thanked her and said that she would escort her back to Weiyang Palace, to which the little girl replied that it was fine and not worth it. The third princess took the boy by the hand and said that it was time for them to go, as her concubine and her father may not have seen each other for a long time, so they should not disturb them. Already in the carriage, Chen asked if she could ask her a question, to which the little girl answered positively. There could be nothing worse than this situation. She should have run away while she could. Chiki is completely surrounded by her people. Even if she killed her right there, no one would know. Get rid of the body and be done with it. The third princess asked about the tricks the little girl used to bewitch her father. Chen had asked her father for that pen several times, but he had given it to Chiki. Chiki informed her that she could give her the pen, but asked her not to be rude. Chen asked what she thought she cared about what she would give her. Chiki at least knows who she is looking at with her arrogance. One move, and the pen was thrown out of the carriage. Chiki ordered them to stop the carriage. Chen asked about the one who was upset, or that if she hated her so much, she should just hit her. The little girl turned to her sister and advised her to get out of the carriage and find that pen. The third princess told her that she didn't dare give her orders. Chiki, getting out of the carriage, informed her that after all, the pen was not originally given to her. Chen didn't understand what she had just said, how it wasn't for her. She asked her to explain everything to her. Chiki said that her little sister had asked him for the pen many times, and her father had not refused because he thought she was too young to use it. He asked Chiki to send her the pen, saying that she must be old enough to use it. Chen was a little confused and asked if it was for her. If you think about it that way, Chen's heart is not bad. At best, she is just a spoiled little princess. Chi-Chi can't attract much attention, but the queen is quite the Megara. The original story said that she was the one who would conspire with the previous dynasty to betray the country in the future. It looks like it's time for her to make a plan of action, so she's going to have to go to a meeting with her allies soon. Poor little girl, Chi-Chi thinks Chen is still struggling with whether or not her father loves her. Changhua Palace the next morning. The guard reported that the sixth prince had just woken up and asked the seventh princess to enter the inner hall and wait for a while. Chi-Chi thanked him and told him that the sixth brother's palace was similar in layout to Wei Yang Palace where she lived, so she would be able to get there on her own. The prince explained that she could walk there by herself. As she walked down the corridor, Chi-Chi thought about the fact that as soon as she crossed the threshold of this castle, a chill creeped up her spine, and besides the guards at the gate, she didn't see a single soul. She heard footsteps behind her and turned around to see the man who had been opposite the sixth prince in the pavilion that day. That man leaned over to the little girl and asked about the man who had let her in. She heard his scent. It smelled like blood. The little girl remembers that the sixth prince in the original story was poisoned by the main character. Not only the sixth prince, but the great Tyrant, the second prince, was also killed by him, this man in black. Chi-Chi trembled. The man wanted to touch her. Was it not the dark thread dragging at his heels? I recognized him, but she doesn't want to die like this. The sixth prince appeared and informed her that she was just a doll. Why scare her? The man bowed out. Shengu asked him to go first. It wasn't time for his part yet. Now that she's there, she has to do something. Chi-Chi can change great tyrants and is able to change their fate. As long as the hero doesn't show up, these villains can survive. Shengu asked about her being scared to death and asked her not to let go yet. The little girl didn't realize that she was clutching her brother's clothes. Her brother wondered what she was doing in his palace so early. Chi-Chi said that she had talked to her father yesterday, and he said that the guy from Guojiquan was the minister's second son. Shengu asked about what she meant to say, that the ministry was not among the parties patronizing the queen or what. Little replied that little brother is very smart. The Ministry of Rights has no real power, but it has a very impressive capital. If the queen really wants to bring it to her side, then all three of the minister's sons should go to prison, not just that little parasite. Chi-Chi explained that with his smarts, if he can become a ruler in the future, maybe he can save this country. He's so smart. Well, she has the power to influence him. Shengu leaned over to his sister and asked about who taught her such words. The little girl immediately explained that she had made a mistake and asked him not to take her words seriously. Suddenly, the strap of her bag ripped and a notebook fell out. Shengu picked it up and asked what it was. The little girl told him that it was nothing and asked him to give it back. The brother opened the notebook and saw Chi-Chi's drawings. He told her that her drawing skills were really something. Little reported that it was an accident. She asked him to remember that the Prime Minister is a scoundrel. The appetizers were just about to be served. They looked very appetizing. Shengu informed her that she shouldn't eat them, as the Imperial College would serve more delicious appetizers that day. Then the seventh princess announced that she was leaving. The sixth prince asked the servant what she had put there. The servant replied that it was just a little poison that would make him sleep, but that poison would not kill him. He asked why she was poisoning him. The servant replied that the seventh princess was too clever. If anything went wrong, they were afraid she would be a hindrance to him. The prince reported that she had forgotten her place, and warned that if it happened again, she would blame herself. Imperial College. As soon as Chiki sat down at her desk, she heard shouts asking how he dared to attempt to attack the princess, if he was going to die or what. The little girl turned her head and saw the whole picture. She was greeted. He Jing was begging the third princess to spare him after all. He didn't want to do that, and he was doing everything for her. She asked about who asked him to wipe this princess. Was she so dirty or what? He Jing kept asking for her forgiveness. Chi-Chi turned to her sister. Chen informed He Jing that if he didn't want to die, he should get the hell out. The two students asked what it was, and that was it. Because the last time someone accidentally provoked the third princess, that person hung naked in a big tree for 3 days. Looks like the third princess is in a good mood. There's nothing to see. Chiki didn't understand why the sixth brother hadn't come yet. Chiki is usually slower than him, so he should be there by now. Suddenly, Chiki was approached by He Jing. He informed her that her sixth brother would not be coming. The little girl wondered why. To which he replied that since it was on the 15th, he doesn't come on the 15th of every month. She asked if he knew why he did not come at that time. To which the guy replied that he didn't know that. The original story didn't mention it. A third princess came up to them and informed them that he was sick. How could he not be? She kicked He Jing hard with her foot, with words about rolling away as he had no business being there. But the guy lastly informed that he would still come back. Chen turned to Chi-Chi and asked about what she was staring at, her eyes 5-pointed. The little girl turned away from her and thought about why she was still so mean. After all, it's not typical of the second prince. So young and already a bitch, it would be better to study well. The teacher suggested that they start the lesson. First, they would check how they had learned the program of yesterday's lesson. He turned to the seventh princess and invited her to continue with her next sentence like snow on a mountain. At this time, the little girl thought to herself, but she is the unlucky one. In her past life, she was a brat, and in this life she is plagued with learning, and it's horrible. Suddenly there was a whisper that continued the row. Chiki replied, as bright as the moon among the clouds. The teacher replied that it was right. The seventh princess is so young but already so wise, he would tell the council that she should pay more attention. She thanked the teacher for the praise, but what she really needed was to get away from her, and that was it. She turned to her sister and thanked her for her help. Weiyang Palace. Chi-Chi had already arrived home. She thought about how going to school was very tiring. She was very tired. Chi-Chi's mother, concubine Rong, appeared. She hugged her daughter and told her that she missed her very much. She is so cruel. She doesn't even come to visit and see her mother. This is Chi-Chi's mother, concubine Rong, who was thrown into the cold palace. The concubine reported that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Her Chi-Chi has become so beautiful. In the original book, concubine Rong treated her daughter badly. So why then did she make such a scene of deep love between mother and child? The concubine suggested that they go into the palace first. Whether this person was an enemy or a friend, she better keep an eye on her. There is little mention of the seventh princess's mother in the novel. She only knows that she made a mistake and was imprisoned in a cold palace. The emperor and Mr. Zhao were overseeing all of this. The lord reported that the seventh princess had not been loved since childhood. He has no idea how much she suffered and now finally reunited with her mother. So touching. Lian asked the one to calm down. Sister Avan met the little girl and motioned for them to go to the hall. Chiki asked about the whereabouts of Dabai. Awan replied that concubine Rong said that Dabai had gotten too big. Fearing that he would hurt the princess and the palace people, she ordered him to be locked up in the backyard in a warehouse. Chiki couldn't believe it. The concubine explained that it was a tiger, not a kitten, and the dog could be used as a toy. It's all for her. It's all too familiar. The mother informed her that she would live with her from now on and asked the little girl to tell a new story every day. The book said that she had a withdrawn character, didn't like living with others, and didn't even care for her own daughter. The emperor walked in to see them. The concubine greeted him. The little girl stretched out her arms to her father and ran up to him. "Savior, the great tyrant is indeed on time, and her palace would have been overrun if he had come an hour and a half late." Leon lifted his daughter in his arms and asked about when she was in class. Did she miss her daddy? To which the girl replied that she thought about him. Her father asked her if she was not paying attention to her lessons or what. Then, seeing her face, he kissed his daughter on the cheek. He asked her to forget about it. The concubine, watching such a picture, was convinced that this girl was so beloved that the rumors were not lying. Leon turned to the concubine and asked about what she was doing there. The concubine replied that she missed her daughter very much, so she had the courage to come and visit Chiki. The emperor, hearing this, replied that now that she had seen her daughter, she should go back to her cold palace and not run away again. The concubine began her notion that Chiki was also the daughter of the concubine. She lived with the concubine in the cold palace and had never been away from the concubine, and the concubine could not live without her daughter. Chiki didn't understand about whether she was really a loving mother, or if she misremembered the branch from the original story. The emperor asked about her meaning that the child was born from her alone and had nothing to do with him. She immediately began to explain that this was not the case. Leon went on to say that she had raised his child in the cold palace sickly and emaciated, with scars all over her body. If he hadn't known she was the biological mother of the 7th princess, he would have dealt with her long ago. The concubine reported that she knew it was wrong. He ordered the servants to drag her out to throw her back into the cold palace. The concubine wept and spoke of how she was willing to suffer the punishment, but asked that they not be separated, mother and daughter. Her heart could not bear to be separated from her daughter. The little girl wondered if it could be. They really had a strong bond. She didn't understand why she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Maybe she should judge the good and evil of people on her own, instead of following the instructions of the original story. Chiki turned to her father and let him know what she thought about it. He lowered her to the ground, and the little girl approached her mother. She made it known that if the mother wished, she could ask her father to let the mother live there. Tsitsi put conditions on the mother that she could not lock her dabai up and could not commandeer her there. The mother tearfully agreed. The little girl went up to her father and asked about whether everything was all right, to which he asked about how she thought, for she had verified all his ideas in 2 sentences. Tsitsi reported that since she knew her daddy loved her, she dared to be so presumptuous. He learned at a young age to be proud to be loved. Chiki could understand that. The little girl kissed her father on the cheek. He needs to give happiness to this concubine as well. The concubine didn't realize that this little girl was so significant to his majesty or what. Chiki informed that let her maid clean the east hall for her. Daddy agreed. The little girl's mother thanked his majesties. She thought that it seemed her trip was not in vain. Her daughter was her ladder to the palace. It's already late at night. If she insists on taking concubine wrong, the great tyrant might be displeased. That's right. The great tyrant always acted willfully. Who would dare to disobey his order? This time she had offended him. The little girl approached her father and asked about him being upset or what. To which the man briefly replied no. Tsitsi offered him a hug, but he declined it. She asked him to give her a hand. As it happened, she jumped on it, but just gradually started to slide off. The emperor grabbed her hand to keep her from falling. He said that he had met thousands, if not tens of thousands of people in his life, but she was the bravest. The little girl apologized and swore that she didn't do it on purpose. She hugged her father and asked about her daddy still being angry, to which Leon replied that he could do something about it. He informed her that he would get back at her. He pressed his cheek hard against her. Leon kept talking about how she was a bad kid, spoiled and proud. What happened a couple minutes ago, his way of revenge was completely unique. The emperor announced that it was getting late. It was time for bed. In the princess's room, the father tucked his daughter in. Mr. Zhao came in and reported that he had found him. The emperor asked him to speak quietly. Mr. Zhao whispered everything in his ear. The emperor realized that she really had other plans. Leon asked him to keep an eye on her, as she was the princess's mother, and if anything was wrong, to report to him immediately. Mr. Zhao understood. The emperor can't kill the concubine right away, but if she harms Qiki, he will break all her bones. In the morning, a scream was heard that made the little girl wake up. She didn't realize what was wrong. It was the concubine screaming. She asked about who gave the order to release this beast and ordered them to capture Dabai immediately. The concubine kept shouting for him to get away from her. She gave the order that whoever released the beast, they should nati him and beat him 40 times. Did she decide to reveal her identity so soon or what? Qiki didn't understand. That one had already raised her glass to hit Dabai, to which Zitzi ordered her to stop. The concubine asked about why she let this beast out, and what if it bites, then what to do. Qiki asked about concubine wrong forgetting what she said yesterday or what. Her mother replied that yesterday was yesterday, and now she lives there, so Qiki better save the palace and kick that jerk out. The princess briefly explained that it wasn't a beast. It had a name. The concubine noticed the princess's eyes. She didn't understand why her eyes weren't like before at all. It was unexpected, a bit like His Majesty's. Qiki announced that she was going to the Imperial Academy, and so she would not be able to accompany her to breakfast. She should not be embarrassed. The concubine didn't understand what was going on, for ever since she fell into the water as a child, she had been cowardly and stupid. Imperial College. She noticed that the 6th sibling never showed up. She wondered what happened to him, since he never told her. Someone came up to her, and she already thought that the 6th brother had come, but when she turned around she saw that it was the 3rd princess. Chen asked about the look on her face, and was she disappointed to see her or what? To which Qiki replied that she wasn't. Then the sister put her bag beside Qiki and asked her to move over. The 7th princess asked why she chose to sit beside her. Chen replied that it was an honor for Qiki to sit next to the princess. The little girl didn't realize what had happened to her, that she stopped hating her. Chen reported that she had heard that her mother had caused a scandal at Weiyang Palace yesterday, and her father had almost thrown her out of there and executed her. Her mother treated her so badly, but Qiki was so kind and let her stay in Weiyang Palace. Qiqi's memories of her mother from the original owner of the body are rather vague. She didn't understand how Chen knew that concubine Rong had mistreated her, whether the 3rd princess knew the past Qiki or not. Chen exhaled a sigh of relief and said that it was good that the concubine didn't beat her again. Qiki didn't know what she was talking about. Chen started to talk about whether Qiki remembered when they were younger, but she stopped herself in time and sadly said that she didn't remember anything because she seemed to have really forgotten. It seems that the memory from the past of the real Qiki is slowly returning. The little girl remembered how they went boating. Then Chen asked why she still endured the abuse, because the concubine beat her so much. If she wanted, Chen could ask her father to allow her to live together. These memories were always in the mind of the real Qiki. But why did the relationship between them become like this? Qiki asked about the fact that they knew each other before, to which Chen asked about what she remembered. The little girl replied that she didn't remember much. It seems she once fell into a frozen lake and lost part of her memories. Chen started hitting her sharply with words about the white-eyed wolf. The little girl asked her that if she wanted to say something, she should speak up instead of hitting her. Weiyang Palace. The 3rd princess thanked her for giving her a ride and asked her not to be sentimental. They were just on their way, so she gave her a ride, but the princesses suddenly heard the cry that those servants are a bunch of scum. They can't even catch a beast. How pathetic they are. The 3rd princess was curious about what was going on, so Qiki suggested that they watch. What they saw was this. Avan explained that Dabai was the 7th princess's favorite pet, and the servants dared not to rashly chase him away, If the seventh princess found out, she would be very angry. To which the concubine asked about her being her mother. How dare a maid like her get mad at her? But that maid dare to cross her, or what? Avon replied that she dare not, but the princess will be back soon, so she shouldn't. But before she could finish her sentence, the concubine asked about how a servant like her dare threaten her. The concubine ordered Jouer to slap Avon. Chiki frowned as she watched. Chen asked about how she didn't care if her maid was beaten, or what. Chen informed that this concubine was a problem, to which the seventh princess asked her not to worry because she was about to take care of it. Chiki told Chen to go back home, as she would take care of it herself. The third princess asked about the fact that Chiki still feels sorry for this concubine, and she still wants to take responsibility for her. Chen is worried about Chiki. It seems that we can say 100% that this woman is incredibly evil, but we still need to observe her, so for now the only way out is this. And she whistled to Dabai, who immediately understood the command. Jouer asked Avon how dare she disobey her mistress's will, and only raised her hand to strike as Dabai immediately grabbed her and started biting her. The maid Jouer asked for mistress's help, to which the lady herself started running away and begging to be rescued. The mother saw that Chiki had returned. She saw that the tiger was running right behind her. The concubine stood behind her daughter and said that it was not easy for her to give birth to her, so she would die for her mother and kicked the baby towards the tiger. Chen became behind Chiki's back and accurately led her away. The little girl didn't realize what that familiar feeling was, as if Chen had already saved her once before. It happened when the real Chiki was already living in a cold palace and was very hungry and climbed into someone else's garden. She was the first person she had seen outside the cold palace, very pretty and with delicious buns in her hands. Chen asked about what she wanted to eat and held out a bun. Chiki asked about if she could. The third princess introduced herself to her and asked about living in a cold palace. If she ever got hungry and was looking for food, she could come to her. The little girl thanked her. She had made her first reliable promise to her, letting her know that there was always a ray of light waiting for her outside the dark, cold palace. When they met for the second time, she brought her more food and medicine. Then Chen kept asking about who was beating her, why she had so many bruises, to which Chiki replied that her mother was beating her, because while she was hurt, her father would visit her. When Chen heard about concubine Rong bullying her, it was the first time she got so angry. Then Chen asked the concubine directly how there could be such an evil mother who beats her child mercilessly. She loves her and protects her. Chiki bit Chen with words about not being allowed to swear at her mom. Chen turned to Chiki and asked about whether she really bit her because of her mother or what. Then Chen firmly made it clear that she would no longer care for her, and she should go after her mother and just die in the cold palace and hit Chiki. But she let her down a lot and hurt her. That's why she hates her. Then the concubine turned to the third princess, and then to her daughter, and said that she did it by accident, but she didn't have time to finish. Chen simply kicked her with her foot. The concubine immediately threw herself into tears and explained that she really didn't mean it. Then the third princess said that she hated her, and the concubine should try her whip. Chiki noticed that the third princess was so brave, but in the past she had managed to bring her to tears once. At that time, Chiki didn't understand why she was acting like that. Chen noticed Chiki's look and asked about her looking like that. Did she think she did wrong or what? Then the princess explained that if Chiki wanted to say something, it was better to refrain from doing so. If it wasn't for the little girl, she would have beaten her up a long time ago. Chiki took her hands, which puzzled the third princess, and thanked her for saving her. Chen was surprised that the little girl thanked her instead of blaming her. The third princess was a little embarrassed, but replied that she hadn't saved her, so there was no need to be sentimental. Then the seventh princess rushed into her arms and thanked her for saving her, protecting her, and not abandoning her in danger. Chen asked about what she remembered or how. Chiki regretted the past. Chen asked about how she thinks that if she just asks for forgiveness, they will be a family again or what. Chiki accidentally fell into the water and went into a coma for a long time, and after waking up, she lost her memory and forgot a lot of things. She didn't remember it until now. She didn't want to forget her, and so she asks for Chen's forgiveness again and again. As soon as Chen heard about Chiki falling into the water, she asked about what she had done and pointed at the concubine. That one immediately started to make excuses. The little girl can't remember clearly, but even poisonous snakes don't damage their eggs. That case, it probably couldn't have been done by concubine wrong. Chen ordered to remove that poisonous woman, lock her in the wood room, and let her wait for punishment. The concubine would rush to Chiki and talk about how Mom was wrong. Mom was suffering a lot. She should help her. She is her only mother. Mom gave birth to her in agony, and Chiki has no conscience. The third princess informed her that if that one continued to talk nonsense, she would tear out her insolent tongue. The little girl turned to the princess, to which the latter turned around and asked about Snowa wanting to protect her or what. The concubine almost killed her. Chiki explained that she wasn't going to ask for her. She didn't understand what people were like before and didn't understand the motives behind her actions. Now, she felt very guilty. Chen asked her to stop pushing pity. After all, she didn't care about Chiki. The third princess turned around and said that the little girl could not understand her, and so she was going home. She hides the real her behind a stale shell. Chiki reported that she was dizzy, to which the third princess immediately reacted and caught her sister. Chen explained that Chiki had been outside for so long and the weather was also windy. Naturally, she would get a headache. She informed that she knew the little girl couldn't manage without her, so she would go with her to the palace. Chang Fang, late at night. Shu'er asked for Madame's forgiveness for her poor performance. Shu'er replied that Shu'er had nothing to do with it, as she was the one who had treated her unfairly and cruelly. The maid said that she heard a whistling sound before she was bitten by the tiger, and then asked if Princess Kiki had already noticed what they were doing and had bitten the tiger on purpose. Then the concubine asked about the fact that she had been there from the beginning and did it at the right moment so that she would make a mistake, and Chiki would be easier to get rid of her. Yes, that's what the concubine was giving her credit for. The concubine reported that this creep was already scheming. We should have drowned her in that lake then. Suddenly the door opened. It was the emperor. The concubine immediately crawled to his feet. Lian reported her throwing such words around and then asked who she wanted to drown there, to which Chiki's mother replied that she wouldn't dare. The emperor came closer to her and asked her how it was that she couldn't and why she wasn't doing anything about it, to which the one replied that it was the third princess. She was defiant and ruthless, and only then began to take something with the minister. Lian asked, really? He threw a bottle at her feet. The concubine didn't realize that wasn't that Hehuan-san who helped him get Shu'er, and how could it be in such hands? Shu'er looked out and informed that it was not the concubine's item but hers. Lian noted that she was very honest. He reported that he wanted to keep her alive since she is Chiki's mother, but now he is sorry. He hates lying women more than anything. The concubine kept talking about how she wouldn't dare and asked him to spare her life. The emperor had ordered them to be given to the wolves to eat. The concubine couldn't believe it. The sleeping hall of Wei Yang Palace. The two sisters were asleep. Lian went in to see them. Chi woke up and asked what he was doing there. Her father replied that everything was fine. He just missed her, so he came to see her. Chi explained that she was really scared and asked her little sister to sleep with her. Lian couldn't understand when their relationship had gotten better, since they had only argued before. He informed her that it was getting late, so they should go to bed. The little girl only wanted to ask, to which the emperor replied that she wasn't safe there, so the little girl shouldn't worry. Chiki wished her father a good night, to which he reciprocated. He stood up and stroked Chen's head and wished her good night as well. As soon as he left, Chen responded by saying the same to her father. Early the next morning, Chen could not understand how Chiki was doing this, for she asked the question again sometime later, but received no answer. The little one lay in her lap and slept. The little one asked about wasn't she afraid of being asked questions. If it wasn't for Chen, she would have been punished long ago. After yesterday's incident, their relationship seemed to be changing. The ice in her heart melted, and the third princess became more like a competent sister. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. Chen grabbed the little girl's head to prevent her from hitting. Like and subscribe to my channel. It helps me a lot. Hey, everybody. Today I will tell you about a story called The Way of Life of the Cannon Fodder Girl. I will ask you to subscribe to the channel so as not to miss interesting and similar stories, and also it helps my channel very much. Enjoy it! Chen looked out of the window and asked about who made the servants do this. Jiki didn't understand what was going on. A great prince appeared in front of them. The servant fell at his feet and asked for his forgiveness because it turned out to be an accident. He was holding a kitten that got hit by the carriage and asked him to shut up and asked him how he was going to make amends. The servant asked him to save his life. He was ready to cut off his arms or legs, but only if the prince would forgive him. Tsitsi asked about how he would be willing to cut off his arms and legs because of such or what. The third princess explained that if that servant got to the emperor, it would be even worse for him. The great prince did so little wrong. She knows only that his joy or anger is manifested only by deeds, not emotions. The servant kept asking the prince for mercy. He was willing to make up for everything. To which the great prince replied that his severed arms or legs would do him no good. Chen asked the little girl not to go there and stay out of it, as he wouldn't hesitate to handle it himself, and they should just leave. Chiki informed her that it was okay. She would go over to the kitty, and so she did. The seventh princess looked at the kitty and said that it looked like it had a scratch on it and she could bandage it to stop the bleeding. The grand prince asked about her knowing how to bandage him or what. The little girl explained that she had saved a white tiger once, so she wanted to save the kitty. The prince was a little surprised. The seventh princess informed that he would need to be sent to the hospital anyway and treated with herbs, and he would be fine in a couple days. The prince reported that his cat didn't like people, and so he shouldn't touch it, because it would bite. But after the dressing, the kitten itself went to the baby to lick her. The prince noticed it and could not believe it, because he was always naughty. He asked the girl who she was, to which Tsitsi introduced herself to him. The prince reported that she looked like the emperor. The little girl informed that she was going to Gojijian to listen to a study, so she would go. That's how they parted ways, but just outside the carriage, they met again. The prince informed them to go to the hospital. Chen asked about him going up or what, to which the little girl replied that he seemed to want to take the kitty to the hospital. Chen asked about him finding out who had hurt his kitty and if he would retaliate. The little girl couldn't believe that he was really that serious. Suddenly, the kitten jumped out of the prince's arms and ended up in Chiki's arms. The third princess asked her to let it go. This cat is his life force. She doesn't need to touch it. To which Tsitsi replied that it wasn't her, it was him. The seventh princess stroked the cat and turned to her brother to tell him that this kitten is so cute. The great prince asked about her liking her. The cat continued to lick the girl's hands. Then the brother called the cat named Niang Niang and asked her to come to him. As soon as the little girl heard this name, she immediately thought that it was a sweet and noble name. The great prince asked for the carriage to stop. Chiki asked about weren't they going to the hospital. He got off the carriage and explained that Niang Niang would be afraid of the doctor. Chiki asked Chen about why they are not going to the hospital. Does he have some idea or what? The third princess replied that she doesn't know him that well, so she has an idea. They could run away and have some fun. The little girl exhaled and thought about how these princes are strange and elusive, so we should stay away from them. Suddenly, Brother Erhuang appeared near the window and suddenly asked about why he got into their carriage. Chi-Chi was very much startled. She turned around and greeted her brother. The prince asked about whether she knew that man. The seventh princess sharply closed the curtains and asked the man to get out of there, while she herself shouted to the coachman to collapse. The prince didn't realize what was going on. It's inappropriate for now. Guojikwan. Chiki informed her sister to go first as she needed to go to the bathroom. Chen asked about going with her. The little girl replied that she didn't need to. She was on her own, and that she should hurry to class. Chen said she would wait inside. Chiki didn't realize that someone was already there. The sixth brother appeared and asked about what she was doing there. After all, it was a national studies class. The little girl asked about when he came to Chinese. Shenggu informed that he finished the beginner's course 3 days ago, and now he came to listen to the Chinese lesson. He didn't say a word to her, to which the sixth prince asked about why he had to report. The little girl thought about the fact that, yes, he basically didn't have to tell her. After all, they had gotten together because of the benefits and then split up. This made the little girl very sad. Shenggu saw the sad face, explained that it wasn't about that, and asked her not to take it personally. The little girl informed him that it was okay and she would go. Shenggu grabbed her hand and asked about whether she would go to class. Chiki replied that she might as well. He touched her nose and informed her that it was better not to fall asleep this time. Chiki promised that only this time she would definitely not fall asleep. In class, the little girl fell asleep again. He stroked her head and informed her that it was already the second lesson. Chiki asked about her falling asleep again or what. The seventh princess explained that she was a baby after all, and babies are sleepy and lethargic when they get older. Shesta's little brother informed her that she couldn't sleep in class. She noticed a hooded man. It was the sixth emperor or something. The little girl grabbed her clothes and turned to her brother with frightened eyes. Shenggu asked about her being scared of a lesson about martial arts or what. The man took out a dagger and started talking about that victory strategy, enemy strategy, attack strategy, close combat plan, fusion plan, defeat plan, a total of 6 plans and strategies. He asked about who would answer what it meant. He saw Chiki, pointed his dagger at her, and asked why a woman was present. Shenggu replied that she was just listening to the lesson and not disturbing anyone. Chiki said that she was very obedient and not noisy, and asked to be allowed to stay there with her brother. The man explained that women have always been untalented. Obedience is good, even though she is small. She should not listen to men's lessons. Even if she listens to them, she will never understand. So she should leave. She didn't realize that this dynasty is so patriarchal or what. They will remain misguided and never realize that talent is meek. She rose from her seat and reported what he had just asked about the 6 tactics of war. The first 3 are used by the higher-ups, and the last 3 are used by the underprivileged, each containing 6 calibers for a total of 36 calibers. She asked about what he had asked about, after all. Everyone turned to her and didn't understand how she knew that, since she only looked about 6 years old. Then the teacher decided to ask about the defense principle of Wei Liao and the warring kingdoms. Chi confidently began to answer his question that Howling Kingdoms, the first 12 chapters, are devoted to politics and warfare, and the remaining 10 wreath tactics, advocating the implementation of the military principle of punishing violence and prohibiting injustice, and the martial mindset of allowing the enemy to judge the general before raising troops, which contained only dialectical materialism. This surprised the man very much, and he asked about who she was. Chi introduced herself as the younger sister of the 6th prince, the 7th princess of the Chiki dynasty. The man asked her to sit down. It seems he underestimated women. With such accomplishments, she needs to work harder. It's a good thing she didn't skip classes in middle school. Shenggu asked about where she was with that. After all, he had never seen her studying military lessons, to which the little girl replied that she had only quoted a few words of Daddy's that she had heard. The 6th little brother asked about him really saying that. Baby answered that she didn't say much, just a few words. She asked about the truth that modern women are good without talent, to which the man replied that they were not. He asked her about the fact that she wanted to be an ungrammatical and talentless woman, to which the babe replied that no, a woman is a person, not an accessory. Better to go into battle and guard territory to be free than a canary in a cage that can't read a word. Such statements he had never heard before. Babe went on to say that she has people she wants to protect, relationships she wants to keep, and she should know how to do those things. She doesn't want to be left behind by important people. Shenggu thought about the fact that she was smiling, but he couldn't see the silliness in her eyes that was inherent to her age. The emotions she was showing, the things she was saying, Sixth brother had asked her then to stop fluttering her tongue and do things that kids her age do, to not meet monsters in the dark. Chiki understood everything. That's when she found out. He made it known that she should get back already if she was tired because he was going to go sword training. The little girl asked about the lesson being over or what. Shengu explained that it was only theory, and the practice is that when going into the arena, swords and guns have no eyes. It is best not to watch a man saying he is going into battle to kill the enemy. Tsitsi asked to wait for her. Noon. Martial arts arena. The little girl looked around and noticed that the hammer that was there, it was much taller than herself. Behind her, she noticed a huge man. She kept thinking that if she was as strong as that, she wouldn't have to be afraid of ferocious opponents anymore. She just admired that guy. He said hello to her, to which the little girl did the same in return. He asked her about whether she wanted to play with that hammer or what. Tsitsi culturally declined. The guy introduced himself to her as Wang Daju and said that he was in Chia's class. Wang Daju asked about her first time there because he hadn't seen her before. To him, she is such a charming girl. Fantastic art class. It only recruits capable people with talents. It seems like this kid is very suitable. Chi-Chi was approached by Shengu and asked about why she came there. Wang Daju asked about him being her brother, because you look good. But only the sixth prince didn't answer anything and just grabbed the little girl's hand and left with her. Chi-Chi asked him what was the matter, to which Shengu asked her not to have too much contact with strangers. Shengu went on to say that at first glance, he thought the evil one was sly. One should not do business with him. Chi-Chi reported that it was only him with his caution that seemed foolish. The sixth prince reported that there are foxes in the henhouse, so she should be careful. The little girl knows that very well. He asked her to go with him. A voice came from behind him saying, "What a coincidence." He saw the adorable Chi-Chi again. The little girl thought to herself that it wasn't such a good coincidence. She didn't realize that was it, really the second prince again. The second prince reported that the last time Chi-Chi ran away, they were still on good terms, so he would say a few words. She has grown up since then. Indeed, the child changes every day. Now he understands the joy of a father raising a child. He went on to talk about how she clung to the sixth prince so much when she saw him. She is so scared and wants to hide. He asked her to call him second brother. It would be more familiar. She didn't understand why he liked to do that so much. Suddenly, arrows started flying, one of which did catch the second brother a little. Shengu, who was the one shooting them, informed that it was time to stop. After all, he was the one who brought Chi-Chi there, and he would take good care of her. The second prince reported that his new shooting technique was good, not the same person anymore. Chi-Chi didn't understand what he meant. Has he changed so much? He is the same as her. Sheng explained that there was nothing to compare him to. He turned to Chi-Chi and told her that it was getting late, and she had to go back. Chi-Chi asked about him not doing archery. Shengu asked about how it was so important to her that she hadn't seen it before. The second prince wanted to see how long he would hide his foxtail. On the carriage ride home, Chi-Chi wondered what the sixth brother was thinking, about the second prince, or about everyone finding out his secret. They started talking together and stopped together out of embarrassment. Chi-Chi turned to the sixth brat and suggested that they talk. He asked about the fact that she just wanted to call the other brother, or what. The little one thought about him being confused because of that, or what. She replied that he was easily fooled. She wondered if he would want to finish her off in a fit of rage and feed her body to the dogs. She went to her brother and told him that she knew it was wrong. He was arrogant, cruel, mean, but it was too late. If she can't cry, she should just pinch herself. That's what Chi-Chi did. Shengu asked her not to pinch herself, because he believes her. He went on to say that the last exam for the Imperial College Elementary School is in 10 days, so we need to prepare sooner rather than later. The little girl reported that she was already tired. Why did he remind her? Shengu asked her to do her best, because it was already clear to everyone that she was falling asleep as soon as she entered the classroom, so the teachers had given up hope on her grades. 10 days later, Gojijen. The teacher announced that the final test was over, so they had to finish writing and hand in their papers. The little girl was lying on the desk, thinking that she had been studying and suffering all her life, but there was no way to escape the exam. What a pity. Chen asked her what was wrong with her because she had lost so much weight. Maybe she wasn't being fed at all. Chiki said that maybe she had lost weight in a short time. Chen asked about the teacher prescribing her something, why she didn't know about it. The teacher was afraid that because of her marks, her father would hold him accountable, so the teaching was in excess, everyday homework. Chen asked who had done this to her and suggested that she go to the courtyard to see how fat her white dog had gotten. The little girl explained that it was like a barrel and added that it was a white tiger, not a dog. The third princess agreed and then added that to be like Chiki, she would soon get a lion. The emperor came. The little girl immediately rushed into her father's arms. The emperor asked why she was running so fast and if he fell down, what? The little girl replied that she missed her daddy. Chen greeted her father as well. The emperor said that their test results came back, they did very well. Taifu praised him for their wonderful article on management. Chen said that Taifu had taught her that. Chi-Chi wondered why she had missed that question. They were writing the same test or something. She didn't find this question on it. Suddenly came the realization that there were more questions on the back of the sheet. The seventh princess immediately rushed into her father's arms and asked what if she did poorly on the exam, missed a lesson, for example. Father asked how could it be that his Chiki was so smart and had never missed a class. After dinner at the palace, Mr. Zhao came in. The emperor asked what Chiki's test paper was. He answered positively. At the same time, the seventh princess stopped eating. Chen asked her what's wrong, why she's not eating. The little girl asked that if she didn't pass the exam, Daddy wouldn't beat her, to which the third princess replied that he wouldn't. Tsitsi was already happy. But then she added that he'd go straight to killing her. But the emperor is crazy about her and will keep her alive, so she shouldn't worry. As soon as she said that, the seventh princess became even more worried. Mr. Zhao suggested that His Majesty take a look at the seventh princess's work. After a couple of minutes, after reading it, he abruptly slapped the table. Seeing his face, the seventh princess thought that that was it. Her childhood was over. The emperor only turned to his daughter, to which she immediately announced that she was going to the restroom. He ordered her to stop. Chen asked about her writing the exam so badly or what. Chiki turned to her father and asked about why they shouldn't eat first and then eat later. He shouted and ordered her to come over to him. This horrified both daughters. The little girl thought she had no choice but to cry. He shouted for her to stop crying and explain what she had written. Lian asked her to fully explain what she wrote, to which her daughter replied that it was just symbols. Her father informed her that if she did not explain what they were, he would punish her and her sister. After dinner at the palace, Mohan, who had arrived, did not understand why the servants were kneeling. Suddenly a crying sound was heard sharply. The servant reported that the seventh princess had failed the test and had angered His Highness therefore. Mohan asked about him hitting her or what. The prince immediately rushed to the door and informed that she is still young and will write the test well next time. The servant informed that he cannot intrude like that. Mohan abruptly opened the door with his foot and asked His Highness that he should not hit her, for it would raise a knife in her heart. The emperor explained that he was raising his children, so he should mind his own business. The prince reported that he heard her crying and immediately rushed to his niece. He asked the little girl where he had hit her. The little girl immediately rushed into her uncle's arms. She reported that her daddy had not hit her. Then the uncle asked why she was crying. She had so much strength that her body began to go numb. She moved closer to her uncle and explained in his ear that Papa's eyes were so angry, that's why she was scared and cried. To which the prince replied that she had better be his daughter. The emperor ordered them to stop and took his daughter away from him. Lian explained that if he looked at her test, he would be just as angry as he was. The little girl handed her uncle the test. He looked at it and asked how she could have written it like that, because she was missing a few strokes in each symbol. Uncle began to read that the northern border is tormented year-round by Japanese pirates, and the emperor has sent troops there, and there are 2 of them. Cao Dai knows how to place troops on the water. Meng Jing knows the tactics of the Japanese pirates. Mohan asked about which of the above is right. Chiki replied that no one can pacify them, only the emperor leading the troops can pacify the border, the inhabitants, and become famous for centuries to come. Mohan asked that if it wasn't any of the above, why did she choose her father? To which the little girl replied, "Then the northern frontier is in the desert, so we will have to scatter troops over water." The uncle inquired why not Mungjing then. Chi replied, because the border is still in danger to this day. Since it is not peaceful, he is not capable of it. The prince stroked her head and informed her that she is so small but so smart, and it comes as a shock. The seventh princess didn't understand. Shouldn't children of 5.5 years old understand this? Then the emperor turned to his daughter and asked her if she knew how to lead troops into battle. She knew, but could not say something beyond her age. The emperor said that the king of a country only leads troops when there is a guarantee of victory. Chiki replied that she doesn't understand. She thinks that she and Dad are wise, and if they go somewhere they can come back. Leon asked about why Chiki thought her father was capable of it. The seventh princess thought about praising them, but not too conspicuously. The emperor asked why not talk about all the uncles. She realized that it didn't need to be stretched. Father kept asking about what she thought he was so good at. Chiki replied that Dad was the most powerful. He informed that he thought the strongest should have a reward. Tsitsi then kissed her father on the cheek. She seemed to have successfully dodged the smack, and Daddy backed off. Chiki asked about the fact that she wasn't too stupid after all. Her father patted her on the head and explained that she was so smart and also had unique ideas. He turned around and reported that they didn't have the sniff of talent to give top marks at all. Mr. Zhao appeared and asked about what the orders were. Leon picked up the test paper and reported that let the people from the Imperial College change it. That is, give it a higher grade. This surprised the seventh princess very much. Chiki turned to her father and said that there was no need to change the grade, because next time she would just write the test well. There was no need to do that. The emperor asked about what she thought was unworthy of the highest grade. The little girl explained that she would try her best to get a better grade, or it would be unfair to the other students. After all, she's his daughter, born with status, so why worry about this fairness, since no one would dare to squeak? Chiki reported that those who claimed the existence of jumping horses in ancient times were severely punished. The horses got scared and trampled the world, and the ruler tried to unite those people by all means. The emperor asked about what she meant. The seventh princess explained that the emperor had broken the law and committed the same crime as the common people. Even though she was his daughter, he must maintain the image of the wise emperor as an emperor who was fair to everyone. These words surprised Uncle very much. He asked about how his brother had produced such a daughter, to which the emperor replied that it was simply worth repeating after him. Everyone sobbed. Leon informed that then she shouldn't fail the exam next time. Chiki promised that she would work hard. Her father didn't understand when she became so smart and different from his daughter. He hugged her. Uncle was watching. The emperor asked him not to look at him like that. He had picked beautiful girls for him, and he would be able to choose the next day. Mohan didn't understand which girls he was talking about. Leon explained that he was over 20, so it was time to get married. The prince thanked his brother and asked him to marry him. The emperor hoped someone would be attracted to him this time. Leon thought about the fact that he had never shown interest in anyone. There was a time when he suspected that his brother preferred men. Mohan said that he would do his best, and then asked if he could borrow Chiki for a day. He explained that among all of them, he would choose the one that Tsitsi would approve of. Asked the little girl that she would like to choose her aunt. Chiki said she would have to think about it, as she might not feel comfortable outside the palace. The emperor told them not to stay long and to come back soon. Leon explained that he was responsible for his daughter, for he couldn't bear it if anything happened to her. Chen asked about Chiki still being alive. Did the emperor punish her or what? The servant reported that His Majesty came out of the seventh princess's palace, so she is fine. The third princess asked if she was all right or what, because she thought she heard her crying. The servant reported that the duke was there. She ran into her uncle. He told her how he realized it was her who ordered Chiki to be thrown into the forest. She began to explain that it was all a huge misunderstanding. Mohan explained that if he ever heard of anything like that again, he wouldn't stand for it. Chen promised that it wouldn't happen again. At the end, the third princess added that Chiki had changed. She would love and protect her. Her uncle thanked her for doing such a thing, much to the princess's surprise. Next morning, Duke Wan Li's residence. Mohan asked the little girl that she must be tired after the long trip. He asked the cooks to prepare the most delicious appetizers for her, and they also prepared fish for her. He knows how much she loves it. To which Tsitsi replied that all she needs is him. Sounds tempting, she was so hungry. Mohan stroked the princess on the head and explained that he had some matters to attend to, so he would be gone for a while, and she could eat. If she needed anything, she should tell the servants. The little girl ate quietly. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice saying that she couldn't find the sword. She went to the sound and saw the sixth prince there. The little girl asked what he was doing there. Shengu asked if he was not allowed to be there or what. Chiki wondered if he was also helping his uncle find a wife or what. The uncle came and informed that he must have left him in the backyard. Shengu thanked him. Mohan petted the little girl and explained that he was leaving and she should wait for him there. Shengu walked over and sat at the table. He asked his sister about why she was there. The little girl came over and explained that she thought her brother was also helping her uncle find a wife. Shengu was surprised. They seemed to have different reasons for being there. Brat reported that it seems that she and uncle are close. Chiki replied that he treats her well. Then Shastoy Brat asked about if she and him, are they close? To which the little girl answered positively. They decided to form an alliance. Of course they are close. Shengu replied that was a lie. He kept asking her about why she doesn't visit him. She is there to help her uncle find, traveled all the way there but never once came to visit her brother. The little girl asked him to stop banging, for she was not a drum. She poured him some water and handed him a glass with the words that she would definitely visit him next time. He agreed. Her uncle came by and asked about what she was doing, taking care of her older brother or what. Chiki was happy to finally see him. He brought the sword Shengu had asked about. The sixth sibling informed that he likes to be taken care of. Mohan explained that he was jealous because he wanted Tsitsi to rub his shoulders too, so he took her in his arms and offered to go outside. He saw his older brother's face suddenly darken. It scares him. Chiki reported that she felt like he had taken her to help him choose a wife. Uncle explained that it was just an excuse for her father to let him go. He wasn't going to get married yet. Suddenly, a servant appeared and said that he had brought portraits of women. He just had to say who he liked, and they would send her to him. He took that list and thought about the fact that Han had sent the list after all, which he said he didn't have time for. Chiki opened the portraits and was already showing him the beautiful ones she thought. Mohan looked and reported that she had a beautiful figure, but her face was not beautiful enough. Then she showed another one, the one who was the daughter of the Chancellor. Shengu intervened and explained that the Chancellor was too loyal to the Queen. He didn't like another one, but there was one that his uncle did like. Face as round as the moon, chiseled figure. Her father will like her. He would recommend her as a new concubine. He asked about, it's not like she doesn't know her father's preferences. Her uncle will add her to the list of concubines. It is as if she is reading his mind. Mohan informed that he knows exactly what kind of women her father likes. Chiki thought about what the original story said about the rift in her uncle and father's relationship. But if the father marries a woman his brother recommends, and she gives him a child, the story might end differently. The little girl reports that the uncle is right. Then she will choose someone for both her father and him. After a while, Tsitsi reports that the left pile is for the uncle, and the right pile is for the father. They are the same. It looks like she divided everything equally. It is said that red women destroy empires. She hopes that this time they will save uncle's life. By the way, if the beautiful groom diverts her father's attention, he won't have time to worry about her grades. She loves him and Daddy very much, so they should let her take care of them. Her uncle informed about the fact that he doesn't need to help her. It's better for her to help her father. Chiki asked her uncle about going to the lookout if she can go with him, to which Mohan replied that he would go alone. It seems Tsitsi is determined to marry him. She asked him to choose his wife wisely as she had spent a lot of time in making this list, so he should try harder. Mohan, on the other hand, quickly gets ready to leave. She is doing this to save him. Chiki remembered that she forgot about the sixth prince. She turned around and saw him. The little girl asked about if they could choose portraits for her father together. Shengu informed that they were alone, so she could not pretend to be a child. She sat down and started looking through the portraits again. The little girl asked about him coming there for the sword, to which the sixth sibling informed her that she shouldn't ask too many questions. She didn't need to know. Shengu then asked that she wasn't there just to choose her uncle, why she was really there. Chiki replied that his older brother didn't need to ask too many questions. He didn't need to know. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She showed him the portrait and informed him that there were girls between the ages of 14 and 15 on the list, and then asked about whether he wanted to take a look or not. Now even Sheng didn't understand who this Chi-Chi was. The little girl kept talking about how that girl is so cute. She thinks he'll get along with her just fine. The sixth little brother asked if she even knew what kind of women he liked or not. The seventh princess asked her brother if he liked that girl. She could see he was angry with her about it. He took the portrait of that girl and started cutting it up, saying that he likes her. After all, she chose her for him. He likes her so much he doesn't even know how to fight it. The little girl was shocked at what was happening. She immediately started apologizing to him. He replied that he didn't need to apologize. He thanked her for taking an interest in his personal affairs. Babe asked about him being mad at her because the girl was only 13 years old or what. She didn't know he was interested in older women. Shengu got even more angry. He coughed violently. Chiki wondered about what had happened. She didn't understand. He coughed because of her. What if he fainted? She walked closer to him. Shengu was shaking all over. Chiki noticed what was wrong with his face, for red marks appeared there. He ordered her to get away, not to look at him, and to turn away. Chiki didn't understand why he was acting like that, because he was angry with her. Perhaps that's why he doesn't leave his palace on the 15th of every month. She didn't understand what caused his illness. Shengu asked about where his medicine was. Chiki asked about if he was all right, if she could help him. Suddenly, something rumbled. The little girl thought about whether he died or what. She turned to her older brother and asked about if he was okay. She abruptly ran over to him and yelled about him not breathing, need to call 911, but then remembered where she was and called for servants, a doctor. He opened his eyes and grabbed her hand and asked her to be quiet. Tsitsi couldn't believe his body had come back to life. She asked her little brother about the fact that he was really okay, to which he replied that he was fine. That day hadn't come yet, and the poison was already making itself felt. He should up his medication to keep it under control. He couldn't believe she'd seen him. He didn't know whether to kill her or not. The little girl took his hand and asked about him being sick or what. Is it serious because his hands are so cold? The sixth prince asked about her not being afraid of him, to which the seventh princess replied that she is afraid, of course she is, but she and he made an agreement. They are friends. If he dies, and her father suddenly gets tired of her, she will be a lonely orphan again. Shengu kept asking about what if he tries to kill her for learning his secret, to which the little girl said that everyone has secrets. Sometimes it gets easier if you have someone to share your secret with. He asked her not to tell it to anyone. If she blabbed it, she would die the same day. To which the princess replied that she understood. The seventh princess reported that she was glad she was so quick-witted, or else she wouldn't have been there a long time ago. The sixth little brother asked what she was mumbling about, to which the little girl replied that she promised to keep his secret a secret. She wanted to leave quickly, but Shengu grabbed her by her clothes and explained that dead people don't tell stories. He makes it sound like he's going to kill her. Her brother picked her up in his arms and proceeded to tell her that he would believe her, and then asked her about her not letting him down. To which the little girl replied that of course not, swearing on her favorite food, chicken legs. He stroked her head and told her that she knew what would happen if she broke her promise. Chiki asked him to stop scaring her, because she knows everything. Early evening, The palace of the seventh princess. Shenggu asked her to come in. He informed that she should stay away from him. She turned around and asked what he was talking about. Shenggu explained that he didn't like him. Chi-Chi realized that the sixth sibling was living by his own rules. What a teenager. In the palace. Awan asked the princess about where she got all those portraits. Sis asked who they were since they are all so cute. The little girl informed that she had chosen them for her father and uncle. Suddenly, the emperor appeared and asked about who she had chosen for him there. The little girl asked about what brought him to her at such an hour. Her father moved closer to her and explained that he had come to find out what wisdom she had shared with her uncle. She held out the portraits to him. The emperor asked about him asking her to bring the portraits there or what. The little girl explained that she had chosen the most beautiful women for him. He asked that she had brought a bunch of portraits for him and for her uncle, but why? The little girl said that because there were not so many women in his palace. Besides, they are all kind of weird and crazy. Chi-Chi went on to say that her siblings are all grown up, and they don't want to play with her, so she wants a little brother. The emperor just kept quiet. Her uncle told her about the things to look out for. He said that women with wide hips have an easier time giving birth, and a round face means that a wife will serve her husband well. The emperor asked about the fact that it was her uncle who told all those things. How dare he tell such things to his daughter? Leon decided that it would be impossible for his brother to take Chi-Chi away from him. The princess asked about whether he liked any of them. Her father thanked her for doing such a job, but asked her not to do such a thing again in the future, to which the daughter informed that it was her responsibility. Mr. Zhao asked about the fact that he wanted to find the ninth prince, to which the emperor replied that they should find him, then added that they should also find more people with round faces and big buttocks. Chunhua Palace. A man came to the sixth prince and informed him not to pretend to be asleep, for he knew he was not. Shenggu asked what the man had come for. The man replied that he had come to see how the man was doing after revealing his secret. Shenggu asked about how the man knew about it. The one asked the prince to eventually stay away from that little girl. It won't be good if they become friends. Shenggu explained that he had a sense of proportion. The man asked what sense of proportion he was talking about. The little ignoramus. He slapped the sixth prince with words that he would have a hard time deciding to kill the little one. Shenggu ordered the man not to touch her. The man reasoned that he shouldn't get his head in the clouds because he wouldn't always be able to protect her. He threw him a bottle of medicine and told him that he should never forget who he was. The new year is approaching, and the palace is very lively. It's morning, the imperial palace. Mr. Zhao asked His Majesty to take a look at the gift list as the end of the year is approaching. The emperor said everything is in order. Let everything be under control on New Year's Eve, and let the princes and princesses choose their favorite items. He is personally preparing for the Chi-Chi ceremony. The little girl woke up. Her father asked about her reading it or not. She abruptly threw herself into reading. The emperor would like to ask her about how she sees the meaning of the phrase, "Courage is also courageous," in the Chaogui debate. Chi-Chi replied, to get drunk to death, one only needed to drink a glass of wine or what. Fortunately, the girl was studying classical Chinese. Her father asked about the Hongmin banquet, meaning the minister died and did not escape it, and the guilt was enough to say goodbye or what, to which Chi-Chi repeated her words about only needing a glass of wine to get drunk to death. Lian reported that yes, Chi-Chi's understanding is really different. He asked her to go play, leave her dad alone, so she did. She still relies on her deep cultural heritage. On her way out, Chi-Chi met the third sister. Chen reported that she wanted to go to her when she saw Daddy, so she asked the little girl to borrow Dabai. The third princess explained that she went to play and was bullied by a gang of boys. Chi-Chi asked about bullying others who would dare bully her. Chen asked about why mumble. They should just take out Dabai and get back at them. Street. Chi-Chi inquired about what was going on. Chen explained that she bought a red bean bun in that alley, and as soon as she took a bite, a gang of boys took it away. She ran after them, but their dog bit her. She'd been afraid of dogs all her life. she could have taken them all. The seventh princess began to calm her sister down and suggested she just go and punish them. Chen handed her a baton and explained that it was for self-defense. If those brats dared to hit her, she could beat them to death. Cheeky asked where she hid the baton. Act carefully. Courtesy first. If the enemy doesn't budge, she won't budge either. A stone flew at the third princess. She asked about the one who dared to treat her like that. The boy said that he did not expect such a thing, for he should be quieter than water, lower than grass. Cheeky, hearing their voice, realized that the voice sounded very much like a child. As soon as that gang of boys came out from around the corner, Chen announced that she was asking him if he would apologize to her in public. Otherwise, they would all be put in jail. They taunted her by saying how scary it was that if she was a princess, he was the wizard of the Emerald City, and then asked if a princess would eat buns bought from a commoner. Tsitsi explained that bullying and intimidating the weak is not the act of a gentleman. She then asked about how he was going to hurt her further after he stole her things. Those guys started laughing even more and talking about how eggs don't teach the chicken. They continued to mock them, saying about the two little princesses coming to sort things out. Cheeky exhaled and announced that they had already accomplished the first point. It was time to beat them up now. She picked up that baton and threw it at Duan Shilin, which hit him right in the forehead. All the boys ran over to him and asked him if everyone was all right. Chen turned to her sister and asked why she was hitting him, since he wasn't the one who stole the bun, and he didn't say a word. The little girl explained that the thief would be caught first, and then the king. Chen is the eldest sister. She must have a sense of right and wrong. After all, he let them steal the bun and beans and let the dogs bite her. It's not right. Duan asked about what she wanted. Cheeky informed that they may not pay for the bean bun, but apologized to her sister. Chen reported about Cheeky defeating him so easily. Duan Shilin reported that he could apologize, but he could ask them to apologize, but he had a bump on his forehead because of her. Then how would the score be settled? Cheeky knew that he wouldn't compromise so easily. Babe asked her sister about why they shouldn't take Dabai out. Chen added that it was the end of the year, and if something happened, it would be hard to explain to her father, so on a 1, 2, 3, they'd run away. Cheeky asked the boy about how about he hit her too and apologized to her sister. Then they would get even and it would be fair. Dabai was already starting to growl. Duan made it known that if he hit her, it would really be a mockery of the weak. He turned to the boys and ordered them to apologize to her. They did so. The little girl couldn't believe that this apology had such an effect on them. Duan informed them that the bean bun was gone, so he couldn't refund it. Chen asked about whether he thought that if he gave it to her, she would want to eat it, or what. Is she like someone who doesn't have money for a new one? Being a beggar means acting like a beggar. If it happens again, he will be unfortunate. She threw the silver to them and informed them that next time, no stealing other people's stuff. The boys rushed over to that silver and talked about how it was really silver, it was money. They went up to him and told him that now they were rich, they would be able to see doctors. Their little sister would be saved. Chen asked about the fact that isn't it just metal, why are they so happy? Cheeky replied that even the closest to the sun has dark corners. Turns out they wanted to save their little sister. That sounds really sad. Chen asked about why don't they go to the capital to the church. Since they have so little money, they should be accepted there. Duan asked about how she knew about this church, what it even was. Chen took out her gold badge and asked about what didn't this princess tell him before. Cheeky asked her not to show her badge because it was wrong. Those guys were excited to see what a huge piece of gold it was. Duan informed that in such a case he couldn't let them go for nothing. They all picked up their clubs from the floor. Chen asked about what he was doing. The princess kindly kept him alive. He shouldn't go near them anymore, not even at a cannon shot. To which the man replied that they all deserved to die. Tsitsi called out to Dabai, who immediately started growling at them. The boys asked about it being a real tiger or what. They should run away. All of them were very scared. So they did. They all started to run away. Chen would see what he could do about it. She ordered Dabai to show those bullies what he could do, but as soon as they wanted to jump on Duan, he immediately threw some powder in his eyes. Chiki asked about what he did to him. Chen asked about how dare he even. As soon as she returned Ovo the palace, she would tell her dad, and he would get his head chopped off. He opened a bottle of some flavoring that put the princesses to sleep. As the sun set, the baby woke up and Chen was tied to a pole. It looked like those lousy guys had kidnapped them. She noticed some girl lying down and coughing. She was talking about not being thirsty. He asked her to be kind and drink this medicine. Then the sickness would recede. She went up to the bed and reported that he says this every time she drinks it. Vidurg Kiki sneezed. Duan turned to her and saw that she was already awake. The little girl asked about what he wanted. He approached her and asked if she was hungry, to which the little girl briefly replied, no, she wasn't hungry. She didn't understand how he even dared to kidnap the princess. Who knows, there might be poison in there. He took her hand and put it in her bun and informed her that she was such a little princess, so delicate, she must despise him and not want to eat the leftovers from the oven. She reported that when she first tasted it, even a bun seemed like a luxury. A dog came up to her. The little one rushed to him and asked about where her Dabai was and what they had done to him, to which Duan replied that her white tiger was fine as long as she behaved herself. He kidnapped her, her sister, and the tiger cub. She asked him to let them go, and then she will give him money. Duan shouted, ordering her to shut up, and swung his hand. He hit the wall next to him and informed the little princess, gold is honored and jade is precious. Their lives are cheaper than this all. The little girl scrambled to explain that she didn't mean that. He grabbed her hand and pulled her along with words that she would go outside to beg for food, and if she said one word, her sister and the tiger would die. Already outside, the little girl was thinking about how she didn't want such a lesson. Duan asked about whether she had ever seen begging or not, to which Chiki replied that she understood what he meant. She asked about whether he really wanted her to do it. Chiki gathered more air and shouted that concerned citizens, brothers and sisters, grandparents, she asked them to save the child who was dying. Duan abruptly covered her mouth and asked about what she was doing. The little girl removed his hand and reported begging for copper coins, and then asked about the fact that didn't he himself wish she was doing it. The boy asked about the fact that if she begged for a penny like that, begging annoyed everyone and no one wanted to help. But suddenly everyone started throwing coins and wishing the best for her. Then Chiki thanked them for doing that. Duan was shocked. The little girl asked about, isn't he happy? They already have so much money. She asked him about if she had enough money, he would let them go or not. The guy asked about what she really thinks he brought there to ask for money. Kidnapping a princess is a serious crime that will destroy all the 9 clans. If he dies because of that, he will drag E with him. Chiki asked him not to do that. He asked her about if she knew what the seminar was about. Tsitsi asked if it wasn't a shelter. At first glance it is. They take in orphans, but behind doors. Babe asked what goes on behind the doors. He replied that she would know right away. He put his hand behind her back and pressed a point in her back to make her voice disappear. She didn't understand what he was up to, what was going on, or who had it. Suddenly there was a crowd of men looking for Duan. He grabbed the little girl's hand and signaled that it was time to run. One of the crowd said that they would see if he could escape and threw a baton, which hit him right on the head. He fell to the floor and pulled the princess with him. Duan made it known that he wouldn't let anything happen to her and apologized for involving her. Chiki didn't realize what was going on. He was intentionally drawing attention. Now she didn't understand what was going to happen to them. A man walked up and kicked him with his foot, with words about how he had been looking for him for a very long time. One of the crowd approached the little girl and asked about her parents being bakers by any chance. She was so cute. Duan abruptly broke out of his grip and ordered the man not to touch his sister and bit his hand. This made the little girl fall down sharply, and the guy was grabbed again. That man ordered them to take the two to the orphanage. Meanwhile, a great prince was passing by. He heard a commotion from the street. He asked about the commotion. He Yen, who was riding along with him, reported that it seems a few children had escaped from the orphanage. This happens often, and it's normal. When their stomachs are full and their bodies are warm, sometimes they start to miss the cruel world. The Grand Prince reported that it was so noisy. It was early morning, and it seems the Imperial Guaridia were busy looking for something. The prince was approached and informed of something. He asked about whether it was true. He Yen asked about what happened, because he looks kinda bad. The great prince rose from his seat and motioned for him to follow. Meanwhile, the men kept asking about her being mute or what. She's pretty, but unfortunately she can't speak. Well, the world is full of men who like mute women. Tsitsi realized that the orphanage was involved in human trafficking. He grabbed her cheeks and informed her that he would take good care of her. Suddenly, his servants announced that a noble guest had arrived. Shelter. The Lord asked why they did not invite their guests inside. After all, they were from noble families. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by tigers. He asked the guest what had brought him to them at such a late hour. He noticed that the man was wearing expensive clothes, so he must be rich. The man asked about the kind of girl he wanted, for he must have heard rumors about the reputation of their establishment. The emperor asked about the kind they had. The man is completely unable to read him, and the emperor looks at him like a snake at a rabbit. The head of the orphanage informed that they have different ones. They will find one to his liking. Even though they are called an orphanage, they secretly provide various services. It is common if a couple of girls go missing from there. The emperor rose abruptly from his seat. He couldn't believe it. Suddenly a guard ran into the room. That man didn't understand what was going on, where all those soldiers had come from. But as soon as the soldiers turned to His Majesty, then the man understood everything. Shenggu entered the room and brought the princess in his arms. The emperor asked about who had done this to her. The little girl had frightened eyes. Shenggu reported that the seventh princess was fine. Her arm was sore, but he had examined her thoroughly, and she should recover soon. Lian apologized to his daughter that it was all his fault, for he had been careless in his treatment of her. The man couldn't believe this princess. The emperor handed her over to the sixth prince again and asked him to take her away, for she should not see what would follow. Lian ordered them all to be killed. The head of the orphanage asked for his forgiveness, for he didn't recognize him. Screams were heard, but her brother covered Chiki's ears so she couldn't hear. The little girl began to cry. He informed her that everything is fine. He is there for her. Shenggu doesn't even want to imagine what could have happened to her if they hadn't found her. What a relief. Chiki asked about whose tigers they were, to which the little brother replied that his name was Biho. He had been staying with her father's Lian Han for years. This really surprised her. After all, he called His Majesty by his name. That's a crime. Shenggu informed that she was not allowed to talk about it. She was in mortal danger. No one would believe her anyway. She agreed and settled back on his shoulder. As soon as the sixth prince showed himself, Chen immediately started running towards them. Chen ran up to her and asked her to look at her. She asked about the ones that hurt her, needing to see if there were any bruises. Chiki reported that she was fine and not hurt, but her clothes were soiled. She better not touch her. The third princess hugged her sister and reported that she was very worried, and if something happened to her, she would kill everyone there. Chiki continued to talk about how she was fine. Chen held out his handkerchief and asked her not to cry, as her beautiful face was already swollen with tears. The little girl cried even more and explained that it was the same for her. The princess turned to Duan and asked about whether he thought she would forgive him just because he sent someone to untie her, or what. Chiki reported that she was laughing one moment, and then angry the next. The guy was asking for forgiveness. Chen kept talking about how it was too late for that. The little girl tried to hold her little sister back and explained that she was sure he had his reasons for it. He must not be that bad. Chen then asked her about how she could thank him. He was using her for his own revenge. Duan asked about whether the life of a princess was more important than the life of an ordinary citizen. He explained that his sister had died in that orphanage when she was only 8. They had lied by saying she had died of malaria. Chen reported that it didn't mean he could use others for his revenge. The guy reported that that wasn't all he wanted. He certainly wanted to kill him, and then asked about the fact that is there any justice in this world. He admits that it wasn't the best way, but if he hadn't, they would never have known what the orphanage was hiding. Chiki explained that she understands his whole situation, but the world isn't divided only into black and white. He was able to shed light on what's going on in that orphanage, but they've already started investigating anyway. He didn't need to kidnap her. The investigation would have shut the place down anyway. The guy couldn't believe it. He asked about when the kingdom started caring about them. Mohan came up to them and asked about the fact that he ever believed that the kingdom would protect him. The uncle asked the little girl not to worry as he is there for her. Mohan embraced that he knows that Duan despises the kingdom because his father, General O, died. But he was a traitor, and the kingdom showed mercy and didn't wipe out his entire family, including him. The guy screamed about his father not being a traitor. He can understand why the guy holds a grudge, but he kidnapped the princess. The uncle asks the king to spare him but promises nothing. Duan reports that he is glad the orphanage will be closed, except that the children from the orphanage will be sold to other places where they will be abused, so they want to get rid of the orphanage. The 9th prince said that His Majesty will rebuild the orphanage and give it to a new owner, and the children will be put up for adoption to families where they will be taken care of. Guy asked about His Majesty actually taking care of the children. Chi replied that since he says so, it must be true. Now he doesn't care what happens to him anymore. He thanked them for saving the children. Chi was glad that the father, uncle, brother, sister, all of them are there. The emperor took the little girl's hand and suggested they go home. Night Palace. Avan kept crying and talking about how the princess had been through so much. Baby girl sat in the bathtub and talked about how everything was okay. She was safe now. Sis reported that she was so glad that the princess was back. In the 2 days that she was gone, His Majesty refused to attend the morning sessions. The little girl thought of how he would surely punish her for sneaking out of the palace. The emperor loves his daughter so much. After she came to her father, Chi immediately threw herself into his arms. Leon asked about her injury and asked her to let him look at her, to which the little girl replied that she was fine. Just when the emperor was about to get angry with her, Chi immediately apologized for such a thing and promised that she wouldn't run away from the palace again. He asked her about her lying again. She promises him that she won't again, and if she escapes, then she will study in his office for 2 whole months. He will remember that, but there shouldn't be a 3rd time. Tsitsi asked about what would happen to the people he arrested at the shelter. The short answer was that they would all be killed. Leon explained that there seemed to be too many people involved in this case, and he would investigate it thoroughly. Chi asked what would happen to the boy. The emperor replied that of course he would be killed as well. Chi was horrified. She explained that he had only done that to reveal the truth about the orphanage, but her father added that he had held her hostage and had broken the law. The father embraced his daughter and explained that in order to have order in the empire, everyone should follow the rules, that the boy was good for revealing the orphanage's affairs, and then asked about the fact that if others start acting the same way as he did, then what would be the point of the law? The little girl asked about the law not being able to reason in 2 ways. He laid her on the bed and let her know that he was glad she was safe. If his plan had gone awry and she had been hurt, what would he have done then? Tsitsi wondered if that meant he could change his mind or what. There was hope. The little girl grabbed her father's hand and explained that it's not like she was injured. Besides, her uncle asked him to spare that boy, and her father can't dishonor him. The father asked about her using her own uncle to change his mind or what. The 7th princess reported that if he did as his uncle asked, everyone would consider him a merciful ruler. But if people knew about his deeds and that his uncle had asked him to show mercy, they would start comparing him to him. The emperor thought about the fact that the boy served the past emperor. If he kills him, people might not like it. Chiki cared so much for his daddy. Lian informed about the fact that she would think about it. This made Chiki very happy, and she kissed him on the cheek. I really appreciate your activity and support. Thank you for your warm comments. I read them all. In the meantime, I'm off to make a new video for you, and I wish you guys a good day and a great mood. See you guys soon. See you soon. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. The next day at the palace, Chiki asked her father about whether or not the tiger would ever grow so big, to which her father replied that, of course, because all children grow up. The little girl noticed that he was kind of emotional. She walked over to the tigers that were playing and petted them with words about how even though children grow up, it doesn't mean they love their parents less. Lian smiled softly at his daughter's words and informed her that she will be 7 years old this winter. When she gets older, he plans to support her in everything. He asked her what she thought about it. The little girl informed him that she would love it. Well, that's his promise to her. She agreed to it. Spring Palace. Sister Avon approached the princess and informed her that she would not be able to travel with her for a full 2 weeks. Chiki replied that it was fine after all. She was going with the other younger students, and she would also have her sister and big brother with her. The 6th prince asked his sister not to worry, to which Avon thanked him. On the way, they met a great prince. He asked the little girl about leaving the palace to go on a spring trip, and her father allowed her because she was still very young. She was not even allowed to take her servants with her. Chiki replied that her father had authorized it. The 6th prince and the 3rd princess would go with her, and then asked about what brought him there. The great prince replied that he had business there, so he decided to check on her at the same time. The little girl was a little surprised at this. The prince said that it looked like his kitten missed her. The 6th prince couldn't stand it. He turned to his brother and explained that they didn't have time to talk because they were already waiting outside. The great prince stroked her head and told her that it would still be cool in early spring, so she should dress warmly and be careful not to get lost. Chiki didn't realize since when he had become so grouchy. She agreed and just called him brother. Afterward, she informed him that they would be going. The brother mentally turned to his mother and asked about him being so unapproachable since Chiki had grown up so much, but still refused to call him her brother. The little girl was met by the 3rd princess at the karti. Shengu asked her to sit with her sister, for they would ride together in the carriage, while he would ride on horseback. Chiki asked about him not riding with them. He looked at Chen and replied that he would be uncomfortable in the carriage. Chen took Chiki's hand and reported that she had seen her brother in the palace and asked about him offending her, to which the 7th princess replied that not at all. The 3rd princess explained that she didn't know him yet and that he didn't get along well with people. The little girl didn't think he was bad. She likes him. Chen asked if she was serious, if she liked him enough to marry him or what. That's not what Chiki meant. Suddenly, the 6th prince appeared abruptly. Chen asked him about going with them in the carriage. She really wanted him to say no, because she didn't want to go with him. Shengu sat down next to Chiki and replied that his horse was suddenly sick, so he would have to ride in the carriage. The 3rd princess didn't understand why, so unexpectedly. Wang Daju asked the horse not to give up. After all, His Highness needed it. As soon as the little girl saw this guy, she immediately asked about him riding with them, or what. Shengu informed that he just happened to hear that she was getting married. Noon Palace. The emperor asked about the princesses leaving. He was so busy that he didn't even say goodbye to them. He asked about whether Chiki was upset, to which Mr. Zhao replied that no, the 7th princess was already quite old. She was so happy to leave with the 6th prince. The emperor reported that she was happy to leave the palace. Lord Zhao immediately apologized and explained that he had misspoken. Lian reported that she was still a child and so new experiences should be exciting for her. Mr. Zhao said that he saw the 7th princess looking out the window as they were leaving. She must have missed him by now. The duke asked him to give her the tanghula, and when he did, She finally smiled. The emperor asked about his brother's whereabouts. How are his plans for the southeastern army? He handed it to him. Mr. Zhao explained that Mohan had provided his suggestions last night, and he had already begun to approve them. The emperor ordered him to summon him immediately, to bring him to him. Mr. Zhao tried to explain everything. The emperor asked about him being dead or what, to which the lord replied that the Gerog had also gone on a trip. This made Lian furious. Meanwhile, the sixth sibling petted the baby girl and asked her to wake up, for they were already there. The little girl woke up and asked about where it is on the spot and where is Sis, to which Shenggu replied that she was outside. As soon as they got out, Chiki was ecstatic. She asked about them having to go all the way there or what. Shenggu said that this place was built for the most respected kings and officials. The serving jinn was already there, so they should hurry. She agreed. After a few minutes, Shenggu informed that if she got tired, he could carry her. Suddenly, Mohan appeared and lifted the little girl in his arms and asked about why she didn't wait for him. Tsitsi immediately rushed to hug him, saying that she had not noticed him and thought he was somewhere ahead. Uncle asked about the fact that did she really think that he would have let her climb those steps. Mohan turned to the sixth prince and asked about the fact that he too wanted him to take him in his arms, to which Shenggu asked him not to call him that. Shenggu asked about how could he refuse, since it was so nice of his uncle. The sixth prince stretched his arms in his uncle's direction, causing Mohan to think that perhaps he intended to play a joke on him. After a while, Chiki asked if Uncle was tired. He replied that he wasn't. He was holding 2 children in his arms. In fact, his back was aching terribly. The little girl offered him some rest, expressing her concern for his well-being. Mohan responded by explaining that he felt healthy and strong, unlike her father, who, he said, spends his days in a static position. In the luxurious palace, the emperor suddenly began a series of sneezes. Mr. Zhao, concerned about his condition, suggested that a doctor should be summoned to assist him. However, the emperor, not wanting to draw attention to his ailment, rejected the idea. He asked to tell everyone that in a few days he would put on simple clothes and leave the palace to walk among the commoners. The temple. Everyone was already asleep. The third princess asked Chiki to get up. The little girl asked about why she was still awake. Chen asked about whether or not she was hungry too, since they were only fed with vegetables alone in the temple. She asked her sister to get dressed, and he will go eat something delicious. Chiki asked about where they would go. Chen asked her not to worry about that and just follow her. The third princess asked her to be careful and quiet so as not to wake the others. The forest wilderness. The journey through the forest wilderness was true, and Chen was not wrong in her words. Once they overcame all the difficulties of the journey and reached their destination, the view of the guys in front of them was taki true. Wang Daju noticed the 7th princess who had found herself in their company and politely invited her to join them, offering her a taste of the meat dish. Shenggu took a chicken leg and explained that it was a bit spicy, then offered her a skewer. Chi-Chi was puzzled as to why he was being so kind to her, as this was something she had never experienced before. Her younger brother asked her if it tasted good, to which the little girl took a small piece and tasted it, then replied that the flavor was delicious. He Jing reported that he kept wondering why the prince wasn't eating, but he was just waiting for his little sister. Chi-Ki didn't realize that he was saving it all for her or what. Chen knocked he on the head with words about how he wasn't the only one who cared about Chi-Ki. After all, she was the one who brought her sister there, so in the middle of the night. He explained that he didn't mean that. Chen asked where he was going, to which the guy asked for help. Chi-Ki asked Shenggu that he was the one who arranged it. The 6th prince reported that the food in the temple was good, but it was still growing. It needed nutrients, so he learned how to make this yummy stuff. She couldn't believe it was for her. Shenggu asked about her being so surprised that he condescended to such a humble task, like feeding her, or what. Chi-Ki explained that she and he were different. She had to do everything herself, and he was loved by everyone. He asked about how she liked this new life, to which the little girl replied that she loved it. Everyone was so nice to her. She wished her life could be like this forever. If only they would all get along and live in peace. Shengu patted her on the head and promised her that he would protect her, so she shouldn't worry. He made her a promise that as long as he was alive, he would strive to provide her with a comfortable life. She realizes that the future ahead may be uncertain and full of challenges, but it seems inevitable, so she should cherish every moment with him. Shengu asked her to look up at the sky. Chiki shared her admiration for how beautiful and bright the night sky was, adding that the air was so fresh and clear in ancient times. The sixth prince showed interest and asked an additional question about ancient times, to which the little girl realized her mistake and explained that they meant outside the palace, outside. The prince said that this was logical, for she had never been outside the palace. She asked him if he had ever seen such a beautiful nighttime before. Shengu said that he had seen it when he was very small, and never again since then. Chi-Chi wondered how he managed to leave the palace when he was little. Did he sneak out like her, or what? Shengu explained that she didn't need to know the details yet. She would soon know the whole story. Chi-Chi wondered what he was hiding. The prince informed that it was late. He would escort her out. If she asked him, there was no way he would tell her. She would have to wait until he decided to tell her everything himself. Suddenly the uncle appeared, expressing curiosity and asking what they were doing in such a remote part of the forest. Everyone suddenly remembered that they had something important to do, and without wasting any time, they quickly left the place. Mohan questioned the reason for their sudden departure, claiming that he had no intention of chasing or delaying them in any way. He then asked Tsitsi to hold out a piece of chicken leg to him. The little girl did as the uncle asked. The uncle then asked what they had been talking about, to which Shengu replied that the conversation was about nothing in particular, and then asked the uncle what had brought him to this place. He explained that he had been awakened by the aroma of meat, and the thought occurred to him that perhaps the children had decided to have a feast without his participation. Shengu announced that they had originally intended to call him in, but decided it would be best to let him rest, considering he was carrying Chi-Chi after all. Uncle couldn't understand how Shengu dared to make fun of him. Uncle asked for permission to start telling the story in order to brighten up this splendid evening. In response, the sixth prince said that if he had such a wish, he was quite free to continue his story. Chi-Chi turned to him to tell the story. Mohan began to tell a story going back in time. It told of an inexperienced individual who, being miserable in his work, showed poor skill and was guided by rash actions. His decisions were rash and extremely cruel, as he indiscriminately ordered the execution of anyone who got in his way. One day, a woman grabbed drumsticks and spewed out all her pain. She entered the Lord's office and, starting a conversation, told him of her worries. Her husband, who worked at the city gate, had reported some strange happenings to her and then disappeared, leading her to seek the Lord's help. She hoped that the official would show interest and ask questions about what exactly her husband had told her in order to get to the bottom of the situation. In turn, the official inquired interestedly about what exactly her husband had told her, implying that perhaps he had encountered an incident involving corruption and crime. Was this correct? He immediately revealed to her her husband's secret that had suddenly surfaced in front of her. The official announced that her husband had discovered his hidden truth, leading to an imminent threat to his life, and he could not let him live. In the end, the official decided to remain the sole possessor of this secret by ending her husband's life. He invited her to pay attention to the drum she regularly struck and pointed out the presence of a birthmark on its surface. Chi-Chi, with grief in her half-strangled voice, expressed her surprise and horror, asking if it wasn't true that this official had skinned her husband and used it to cover the drum, and then allowed her to beat on that ghastly instrument. Shengu covered her ears and turned to her uncle to ask why he was scaring her. Mohan explained that it's just a story, it's all made up. Suddenly Chen rose decisively from her seat, getting to her feet with vigor. She made a suggestion that it was already time for rest, and suggested that she wished everyone present a good night, so that everyone could rest and recover. Uncle reported that he thought they were brave, to which Chen explained that she wasn't scared, she just wanted to sleep. Mohan agreed smilingly. The sixth prince suddenly stood up from his seat and announced that he would take it upon himself to escort Chiki out. This announcement caused Chen, who had not expected such a turn of events, to be surprised. She was already heading towards the temple when she suddenly turned to ask him not to get lost. The sixth prince made the suggestion that they would walk together. His uncle appealed to him to take care of the little frightened girl. Chiki asked her little brother about why on earth they were going that way. Shengu asked about how she didn't think that way was more beautiful than the main road. It was dark and windy. The prince is trying to scare her more. She heard some sound that made her very scared, and she clung to her brother sharply. He asked her what had happened. She explained that there was something in the bushes, maybe just a snake. Shengu asked about her fear of the snake or the human skin drum. He asked her not to be afraid because he was with her. The sixth little brother lifted her up in his arms. The little girl explained that she was afraid, but not of wild animals or human skin. Then the prince asked what she was afraid of. She explained that she was afraid of the cruelty of politicians, the recklessness of officials, and people who commit murder without any motivation. She is disturbed by the experiences of helplessness that people can feel in their suffering, like the woman in the story or the boy who kidnapped her. The prince approached her to ask if she knew that his sentence had been announced this morning. In response, Chiki inquired as to the exact sentence that had been pronounced. He would not be executed. Instead, he would be sent into exile 3,000 miles away. The little girl asked why so far away. Her brother asked about her being disappointed or what, to which the little girl replied that she wasn't, but Shengu asked her not to lie to him. She is too kind, forgiving the one who kidnapped her. Shengu informed that if she was a boy, her father must have appointed her crown prince by now, to which the little girl replied that if she was a boy, they all wouldn't have to do anything. Her brother asked what she said. The little girl with a smile cheerfully replied that it was nothing much. After a while, Chiki asked him about something happening between him and his father, or what. Shengu inquired about why she asked about it. Chiki explained that it seems like he doesn't like his father, since he calls him by name behind his back. It's all in the past now. Shengu explained that it had nothing to do with her. She knew he was in pain. Maybe it had something to do with his disease, the one that caused the patterns on his face. He popped a candy bar into her mouth and apologized for snapping at her, so she should eat the candy bar and beg him. The princess reported that she was not mad, but the candy tasted so good. She asked about it being candy from the palace, to which her brother replied that it was candy from his personal stock. She was so pleased with the candy. He took her hand and suggested that she should go further. The girl asked about whether he had any more. Shengu replied that he didn't, and she shouldn't do that next time. The little girl asked about how so. Her brother embarrassedly replied that she should not show her kindness to anyone else. She gently hugged his hand and asked for another candy. Finally, he agreed and gave her the last one after all. Outside the gate, Shengu asked her to come in. She asked about how he would come back. The prince explained that he didn't have far to go, but he would make sure she went in first. She thanked him for seeing her off and said goodnight. The sixth prince wished her the same. He can't make friends, and yet she makes him want to change that. It started to rain. Shengu thought about the fact that she will probably find out who he really is soon, which means she should stay away from him. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. As soon as she went inside, she heard the sound of water. She already wanted to look outside to see how Scary Brother was doing. After all, he might come over to see them. Vidurg Chen put her on the floor and asked her to be quiet. She reported that there was someone there, so she should go to bed soon. Chiki asked about who was there. The third princess explained that they didn't look like monk guards. They didn't have candles in their hands. They might be villains, so we should be careful. Suddenly, someone opened the door to them. Chiki thought it was already an assassin, and she food recovered from her kidnapping. Someone kicked her finger and asked her what she was thinking about. Chiki felt it sounded like her older brother's voice, realizing his unique timbre and intonation. He told her that it had started raining so hard outside that he had made the decision to go inside to wait for the rain to stop. He asked her who she took him to be. The little girl replied that she didn't take him for anyone in particular. She looked at her sister and inwardly thought that she had probably fallen asleep, judging from her condition. She must have been very tired. Chiki expressed her thoughts that the rain probably wouldn't stop soon, and since there was an empty space on the bed, he could lie down and rest in peace. Shengu asked about her wanting him to sleep there. Chi-Chi began to reason that it was cramped, but he would fit, though it might be a bit uncomfortable. Shengu then clarified his question that he meant that she wanted him to sleep next to her, or what? The little girl asked, "What's the problem? After all, it's a room for both girls and boys. Besides, they're still little and they socialize well." The little brother interjected that they are socializing. The seventh princess took his hand and replied that of course they were accomplices, recognizing their mutual bond, but also recognizing that she didn't know everything about him yet. She brought him a blanket, covered him gently, and announced that they had classes scheduled for tomorrow, so they needed a good night's sleep. She's so innocent. That man who grabbed his shoulder informed him that the poison continues to spread through his body. Already soon the antidote won't be able to help him, so the prince needs to make a decision and urgently. Shengu has already chosen his path, so there is no need to hesitate, and this little girl, you just need to get rid of her as soon as possible. The sixth prince turned to her and mentally asked her if she was afraid that he would kill her. Just one move, and she's dead. Suddenly, she grabbed his arm, put her arm around him, and leaned against him with words of candy. Shengu said he couldn't and gently took his hand, but the little girl was still holding on to his finger. He took out one candy and put it in her mouth with words that she had won. That's how they fell asleep. Chiki opened her eyes and thought about the fact that her brother almost strangled her. Luckily, this time she escaped death. He is still wary of her. She decided that she needs to gain his trust and be more careful, although the candy is delicious. Shengu put his arm around her and asked her to go to sleep already. The next morning, the monk shared his thoughts with those gathered, speaking of the wisdom of the Buddhist expression, "Those who are alive can die, and those who are dead can live." Positioned in close proximity, Chen turned her attention to Chiki and, with an important expression on her face, asked for her help, expressing an urgent need. She formulated a question about Chiki having a vision of a young man covered in a robe of a blue hue, showing interest in her abilities and power of intuition. Chi-Chi asked about who he was. His name is Yu Seung-sung, a character who is not universally loved, but despite that, he is commonly referred to as Handsome Sung, due to his marvelous looks and attractive appearance that attracts the attention of others. Chen explained that she had never met him at the imperial school, so she wanted to go there so badly and her sister should help her. Chiki asked what she wanted to do, but warned that she wouldn't help her with murder or arson. The third princess asked her not to worry as it wasn't like that. Chen reverently held out the letter, calling for the moment of truth as she turned to Chiki in a sweet smile and remembered how fortunate she was to have gotten rid of the negative thoughts, giving way to pleasant feelings. Break. The princesses were hiding to catch a moment when he would be alone. Suddenly, Yu Seung-sun was surrounded by a group of girls whose conversation revolved around various ways of expressing their admiration. One of them claimed to have drawn his portrait with great inspiration. Another was proud to have made a scented sachet that she associated with him, and a third spoke with a doting look about how she wanted to hand him her favorite scarf as a token of attention and commitment. Chiki, turning to her sister, expressed her doubts, questioning the need to continue her journey to him. In response, Chen, answering that question, asked a counter-question herself, expressing her bewilderment at her possible doubts and emphasizing that there was no reason not to continue in his direction. The seventh princess expressed her thoughts that she didn't think his looks were that attractive anymore, and noted that her younger brother looked much more attractive. She then asked if anyone shared her viewpoint, or if she was alone in her views. In her response, the third princess strongly emphasized that she had never expressed any attraction or admiration towards the person in question. Tsitsi, though hesitant, agreed to comply with this request, but she put it on notice that she could give no assurance as to the result. In response, she was persuaded to focus on what she was capable of doing and to use all her efforts to accomplish that goal. With a confident expression on her face, the princess stepped resolutely into the thick of the crowd, showing her determination and steadfastness in the face of the challenge she was about to take on. His assistant, as soon as he returned, he couldn't believe that he had only stepped back for a second and he was already surrounded. He took their gifts, saying that the master preferred peace and quiet, so they should not give him any more gifts, and asked them to leave. Tsitsi came up from behind and poked him with her finger to get his attention on her. He asked what her name was. The aide reported that she was still very young, and even such a little girl required his attention. The seventh princess informed that she wasn't. She had just brought him a letter, to which Yu Seong-sung replied that she didn't need to. The little girl didn't understand what Chen saw in him. Her impression of him was so strong that she would feel disappointed if her sister didn't hand over the letter. To avoid such an outcome, Cheeky decided to hand him the letter and convinced him of the importance of accepting it, as it was not even necessary to read it, just accept it. Master Song replied that he didn't like her. In response to his words, the man apologized, realizing that his comment might have been hurtful or unpleasant to Cheeky. He explained that his remark was about her short stature, intending perhaps to show concern or give her advice. On the one hand, she felt the urge to speak out or even resent his words, but on the other hand, she was anxious to remain calm and not go into conflict. Cheeky informed that he might not take it, but he shouldn't mock people. The master explained that he was only telling the truth, and she should come back when she was older. This left the little girl in shock. When Seong-sung confronted Wang Daju, the Grand Master intervened, demanding his disciple apologize to the princess. Not understanding who Wang Daju was, Seong-sung expressed his bewilderment and wanted to understand the significance of this person in this situation. The little girl approached the guy and thanked him. The master asked about if they knew who he was and wanted to fight or what. Cheeky turned to the kid and informed that he was the son of a very powerful person, so it was worth retreating. Wang Daju grabbed the master's hand and explained that whoever he was, he shouldn't treat the little girl like that. The kid would accept any consequences of his actions. He turned to the master and informed him not to even think that he would let him leave without apologizing. Seong-sung asked, how dare the guy even, he remembered him. Master apologized to Cheeky for being harsh. The little girl was snappy. She held out the letter again and informed that it was a letter from her older sister, Ye Chen. He could do what he wanted with it, but she had to give it to him. He accepted that letter, saying that he had misunderstood her and asked for forgiveness. Chi-Chi replied afterward that it was fine. Her sister liked him, but not her. She took Wang Daju's hand and suggested him to leave. The girls came to the temple and talked about him refusing that little girl's letter. She said she didn't like him and didn't understand what a little girl could understand about it. They wondered who that little girl would like. The uncle heard all this. He analyzed their words and thought that maybe this letter was from Cheeky. But she is still so young, after all. He thinks it's worth intervening. If it's from Cheeky, he'll show up and save her from dire consequences. Mohan turned around and saw the emperor. He didn't understand why brother had arrived. His uncle felt that the information he had learned about should not be reported to His Majesty immediately upon his arrival. It was not clear to him how she had acquired the skill of composing love letters in the first place, and it caused him some bewilderment. Leon turned to ask Master Song what was going on and watched his reaction carefully. In response to this question, Master Zhao provided information that the person in question was the son of a high-ranking general named Yu Seong-song. The emperor turned to Mr. Zhao and expressed his displeasure, ordering him to strictly monitor his son's behavior so that he would not get involved in flirting with little girls. Mr. Zhao took the instructions carefully and promised to carefully observe his son to comply with the emperor's requirements and instructions. Study room. Chen kept talking about the letter her sister handed over. He didn't seem like a suitable match for Chen. And besides, Cheeky seemed like she had heard of him before. Chen said that this is exactly what she wanted, because now Seong-sung will know how she feels. Chi-Chi asked if she really liked him that much, since the master was evil and not very handsome. The third princess patted her on the head and explained that she was too young to understand. As soon as Chen saw him, she knew he was the one. She wants to ask her father if he will let her marry him. Now Chi-Chi remembered, because she was wondering why his name seemed so familiar. In the novel, Yu Seong-sung hurt Chen. In the original story, 16-year-old Chen begged the tyrant to let her marry Yu Seong-sung. She talked about how she didn't want to marry anyone but Yu Seong-sung. Then, the emperor replied to her that it was her choice, so she would not regret it. The third princess was determined to marry him even if she had to give up everything. However, the night after the wedding, Yu Seong-seon revealed his true colors. He told her that now that they were married, he would be honest with her, that his only true love was Ho-jun, and that she would live with them. Chen then asked about what he said about loving her, why he lied to her then. Yu Seong-sung married Chen purely for status and position in society. But he only showed his real face after he got his hands on money and power. When the third princess gave birth to a child, her husband said that Ho-jun would take care of the child, because a princess has no status to take care of a child. Then Chen asked not to take her child away. Finally, when his beloved fell ill, Seong-seong reported that Ho-jun's heart had weakened. He needed to drain the blood from Chen's heart. He will be forever indebted to her. If she wants, she can take revenge on him. Just don't hurt Ho-jun. In the end, Yu Seong-sung cut Chen's breast and pumped the blood out of her heart. Chen kept talking about how she hated him so much. However, no one noticed another female corpse, because in those days the country was attacked by enemies from the north. Chi-Chi, concerned for Chen's welfare and convinced that she could not leave her alone in such a difficult situation, decided to come to her aid. Through her efforts, Chen tried to bring her sister to reality, realizing the importance of talking about what was going on and possible causes of discontent or worry. She asked her a question about what had happened, implying whether it was possible that Chen was uncomfortable about her relationship with Yu Seong-sung or some other reason. In response to this appeal, the little girl grabbed her hand, showing her sincerity and conviction, and asked her to believe that she didn't think this guy was the right one for her. It was a display of her trust and faith in Chen as a trustworthy and close person. In turn, Chen, interested in further conversation, decided to find out more about the reasons for Yu Seong-sung's rejection, clarifying why he doesn't meet expectations given his high status and coming from a well-to-do family. The little girl is confident that she can find someone better and not settle for a tit for tat. The sister reports that she doesn't understand what Chi-Chi is trying to tell her with this. She's trying to say that Chen should look for another man. Chi-Chi said that when she grows up, she will ask her father to let her choose a husband, and she will choose the best one. He will not be ugly, short, fat, or thin. She will have to take at least 100 men hostage to choose the right husband. At this moment, the emperor and uncle and Mr. Zhao stood at the door and heard all that the little girl was saying. Chen asked her sister about whether people would not judge her behind her back for dating many men. Then Chi-Chi asked a counter-question about why they would judge her. Wouldn't her father be judged for spending time with a lot of women? The third princess reported that Sitsi had provided her with an excellent argument. The little girl suggested that they stay with their father longer and get married as late as possible, since they are their father's only daughters. When they were of marriageable age, they would ask their father to find them handsome husbands, and if their father failed, they could ask their uncle, and if their uncle could not find anyone, they would ask for the first, second, and even the sixth princes. How they wish they were grown up already. The emperor suddenly interjected about them wanting to get married as late as possible, wanting to take many handsome men as concubines or what. Chi-Chi immediately hid her face. Chen asked about what brought him to them. Father lifted the seventh princess by her clothes. She thought about the bad timing of her father's arrival. Lian walked closer to the little girl and asked about what she had just said. Sitsi cried with the words that she would not say such things again and apologized for it. He ordered her to stop crying. The little girl thought about whether this was how her life would end. The emperor asked about what she had done wrong. Chiki replied that she told her sister something she shouldn't have said. Father asked about if that was it, but baby added that she shouldn't talk about boys like that. He asked her to be quiet, and asked about what she had said about boys. The seventh princess whispered that he liked boys. He asked her what she was mumbling about. The little girl said nothing. Then her father asked her what she thought of the deaf, or what. At the same time, Chen was watching all this with thoughts that she should run away. Her father turned to Chen and ordered her to come to him. He reported that he was spoiling them too much. Uncle intervened with a request that he show mercy. Chiki is so small. She was most likely taught this by Ye Chen. She is the one he should punish. This caused the third princess to be shocked. Lian began to reason that the eldest daughter failed to set a good example, and this made sense. He ordered his brother to kneel, after all. He should be punished too. Mr. Zhao served tea to the emperor. Chen looked at her uncle like that, to which he asked about why she was looking at him like that. After all, he was also being punished. At the same time, Chiki asked Chen to let her write off. They wrote letters of apology. After a while, they brought their letters. The first one was Chiki's. Her father read her letter and informed her that her handwriting was terrible, and she also signed as Ye Chen. He informed them to go and get ready for bed. He hoped they wouldn't make similar mistakes again. He even sent his brother. To which Mohan informed that he had spent so much time writing this letter, so his brother should at least read it. Lian got up and informed about his daughters waiting for him to put them to bed. Mohan asked about whether the palace was aware of his absence. Lian asked about him also trying to control his every move or what. To which the ninth prince replied that he is just worried that the officials will get upset when they know about his secret departure from the palace. The emperor replied that he had sneaked out, which is more understandable. Mohan said that kings used to sneak out of the palace to play with young flower girls, but he sneaked out of the palace to visit the temple. He just missed Chiki, I guess. Uncle asked about the fact that if it wasn't true, then why did he react so strongly to Chiki's words? He sees right through him. To which Lian replied that it was none of his business. The emperor liked it better when he didn't care about anything at all. If his brother said one more word, he would make sure he never opened his mouth again. Mohan only laughed. Chiki was in bed and kept thinking that her father was angry again. Better she should just pretend to sleep and that's it. Suddenly he walked in on her and asked about her really sleeping. He kept talking about how she had grown so much since the last time they saw each other. She was taller and had gotten a little fat. Her father asked her about the fact that she really wanted to have lots of men. When she grew up and got married, she would leave him and go far, far away. The little girl wondered if her father was angry because he didn't want to think about her leaving him one day. He clung to her with the words that she had promised that she would not leave him. The baby accurately showed herself to her father and replied that she still promised she wouldn't leave him. He realized that he was awake. Chiki kissed her father on the cheek and explained that she wouldn't leave him even if she got married. She would always live in the palace, so he would have to take care of her. He said she was a liar. The princess asked him to promise her, so he did. Suddenly the sixth prince entered the room, and in accordance with custom, greeted his father. This moment seemed like it should have been filled with the joy and warmth of a meeting, but his father's face reflected emotions far from benevolence, anger, and cruelty. Nevertheless, he also responded to his son's greeting. Chichi, observing what was happening, could not understand the reason for such a negative attitude in her father. She wondered if perhaps his anger was due to the fact that he was soaked or had to wait out the rain. In turn, Shengu turned to her father and decided to find out what had brought him here, suggesting that it might have been some sort of secret visit. His father's answer to this question was a short and unequivocal yes. Lian asked his son to let him know immediately if he was in trouble. He need not behave the same way in the temple as he did in the palace. Shengu asked about whether it was true what he heard that Chiki had given some guy a love letter. The father suggested his daughter tell her brother what happened, and he had things to do. Cheeky didn't want him to leave after all. How could she handle her brother alone? The sixth brother sat down beside the little girl and informed her that she could talk, for he was listening to her. Cheeky asked about what to tell him. He inquired of her about the fact that she was not going to tell him anything. The little girl immediately gave in, only asking him not to get angry. "I'll have to turn Ye-chen in." The little girl started talking about how this love letter wasn't from her, it was from Sis. She likes him. After a while, Shengu was pouring water. He handed the glass to his sister and asked about what it means that Ye-chen wants to marry Yusong, but he doesn't have the proper status. Leon won't like that. Chi-Chi had to talk so much so she was thirsty. Sixth bro sat next to her and asked about that guy telling her he was in love with someone else. How did she know so much about him? She choked up at such a question. Chi-Chi can't tell him that she knows all this because she read the novella. The sixth prince, though, is strange, but it's not like he went through reincarnation like her. He wouldn't believe her if he told her the truth. The little girl replied that, "Yusong, he's ugly." She had heard different rumors about him. It seems he was like that since he was born. He has a pointed mouth and cheeks like a monkey, eyes like a rat, and he's also stupid. Shengu asked about what she wanted to say. Chi-Chi took his hands and explained that she and Ye-chen were not right for each other, so she needed to help him. Shengu agreed to help her and blushed a little. It was easy. Usually the sixth prince doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs. The little girl realized she was still holding his hands and abruptly let go. The prince announced that she was not marrying him yet, so they should figure out a way to separate them. They would make Ye-chen fall out of love with him. Now it was the little girl who was embarrassed. That's right, she's only 13 years old. When her sister is a teenager, if she still likes that Yusong, she will ask her father to banish him from the country. Shengu asked Chi-Chi how old she was. She said she was 6. Then her brother explained that he had forgotten that she was so young. He thought she was a young lady. The little girl could not believe it because she barely reached his waist. The question from his brother was unexpected and a little strange. How could a 6-year-old girl suddenly talk about husbands and concubines? It inspired some doubts and raised questions about her knowledge and experience, which logically could not have been so developed at such a young age. Stunned by the question, Chi-Chi decided to take advantage of the cover available to her and grabbed a pillow, covering herself with it as if trying to escape the unpleasant conversation. She emphatically stated that she had no idea what it was about and that she herself had not said anything of the sort, not understanding how this information could have reached her brother. Her brother, not satisfied with the answer, decided to clarify the situation, taking the pillow away from her and asking another question about how many concubines she planned to take. However, his question only caused more confusion and bewilderment to the little girl, who, unexpectedly, replied that she would like to take just one concubine. However, watching her brother's reaction, she suddenly realized that perhaps she should not have said such things. The princess immediately made it known that as long as she had him, she didn't need anyone else. Sheng dropped the pillow and asked about what she had just said. Only she wanted to explain herself as her brother ordered her to shut up. The little girl thought about whether it was his illness again or what. Why he was blushing so red then. He asked her not to say such things, no more talk about concubines and such. She's still too young for such things. To which Chi-Chi replied that he had asked her himself. He picked up the pillow, put her back on the bed and suggested that she go to bed. She didn't understand what was wrong, why he was so angry. After all, she had agreed to all his terms. She lay down on the bed and explained that he had his own room. Shengu turned to her and told her that he was staying there, as he was used to sleeping there after last night. He asked her about her not liking something or what, to which the little girl replied that everything was fine. She snuggled closer to him and added that she liked sleeping with him. Sheng didn't understand. Did this little girl even know what she was talking about? Her brother asked her why, to which the princess replied that he smells so nice. Smells like that, and reached into his pocket. Shengu asked what she was doing. He smells like this candy she got from him. Now the little brother understood why she was acting like that. She wanted the candy. Suddenly, all of a sudden, the little girl grabbed her mouth. Shengu immediately asked what was wrong. He asked her to open her mouth for him to look. She complied with the instruction given to her without objection. The sixth prince made an important statement, concerned that the little girl's milk tooth had begun to wobble, and expressed the opinion that in such a situation, it would be better to refrain from giving her candy so as not to aggravate the problem. In an attempt to resolve the situation on his own, he made the drastic decision to extract the tooth, having prepared himself using the handkerchief he already held in his hand. However, upon hearing his intentions, the little girl decided to express her opinion and point out that there was no need to worry about the trouble it might cause him, and that it was better to just wait for the tooth to fall out on its own. Against his advice, the girl insisted on her opinion and stubbornly refused the procedure. In turn, the prince, seeing her persistence, asked her to return to him. The princess asked that he would not pull out her tooth. The prince replied that he would not, and offered her another candy. She took it with great pleasure. It was butterscotch. Shengu asked her to chew faster. This surprised the little girl a little, for she was so eager to savor it. Finally, she agreed to fulfill her big brother's request. A while later, she noticed that one of her teeth, which had been wobbling for a long time, had finally broken off and was in the palm of her hand, like a little gift from fate giving her a new stage in her life. Shengu, hearing her excited cries, asked her to calm down and stop worrying, considering that everyone else in the house was already asleep and her agitation might disturb their peace. He also comforted her, emphasizing that the situation was nowhere near as catastrophic as she thought. When they finally reached the riverbank where she could take solace in the sight of the water, Shengu addressed her again, this time urging her not to fall into sadness over the loss of her tooth, promising that a new one would grow in soon, and it was only temporary and not worth worrying about. Chiki thought about what he thinks she is sad about the tooth, or what. Yes, she is mad at him for deceiving her. The prince said that he had gone through the same thing when he was little. She would soon grow new molars, and they were so much trouble. He suggested that she should go already. After all, she needed to sleep. Tsitsi decided that this time she would forgive him, but only because he was handsome. The next day, in the dining room, the little girl kept holding on to the sore spot where the tooth had fallen out. Chen reported that she had heard that her sister's tooth had fallen out. Chi-Chi replied that it didn't matter because Big Brother had taken all her candy. Chen couldn't believe that she had taken all her candy again. Wang Daju extended his hand towards the little girl and asked her to guess what he had in his hand. If she could correctly guess what the item was, he promised to give it to her. Without hesitation, Chiki called out the answer. Candy. That was the correct answer. The little girl asked about where he got the taffy. The kid replied that he earned them by sweeping the stairs in the temple. If she wanted more taffy, he could work some more. Shengu approached from the back and asked about what she had in her hand. The little girl happily replied that Wang Daju had given her the taffy. In one deft move, the little brother took them from her. Now they were his. He inquired if she wanted more taffy, but after learning that she had lost a tooth, he recommended that she switch to tofu or other softer foods. They had some cleaning to do at the temple, so she would have to hurry up with the food. Chi-Chi felt her emotions approaching the brink of tears. After finishing their lunch break, they moved to the third floor of the building. Chi-Chi talked about how they had taken away her candy, and now they were also giving her a task. Wang Daju replied that the sixth prince did that for her, and he could clean up for the two of them. The little girl replied that although she was aware of her small physical form, she was still eager to help in her own strength. The boy noted that she was not small, probably paying attention to her age. He lifted her up on his shoulders and explained that if she sat on his shoulders, she could dust there. There was a cobweb. She commanded which side Wang Daju should go to so that it would be clean. They heard her shouting and telling her to go away. The two of them carefully looked out to see who was there. There was the sixth prince and a girl talking about how they should clean together. Wang asked about the fact that it wasn't her brother, to which the little girl replied that he talked so rudely to the girl that she wasn't surprised. The guy asked if she wanted to say hello to him. Chi-Chi explained that she didn't, and besides, he took her candy. Sheng noticed the edge of Chi-Chi's clothes. That girl talked about how she loved him since they started studying together. She arrived there just to see him. The girl asks him to let her admire him from afar. That's all she wants. Sheng already wanted to leave to Chi-Chi, but the girl kept talking about how she has loved him for so long since she was Shunyi and wanted to touch him. The sixth prince ordered her not to touch him and took her hand away. He asked her about her love for him. She replied that she might not be good enough to be his wife, but she would be happy as a concubine. He still asked about whether she was sure it was him she was really in love with. She didn't understand what the man meant. Wang asked Chi-Chi what was the matter. Was it because she saw her brother talking to another girl? He replied that no, that's not the case, it doesn't bother her. She's upset because, but here's the truth. She didn't know why. Because Shengu didn't do anything wrong. The little girl continued to diligently wipe the dust. She made it known that she just didn't want to see him. In fact, she had other brothers. She approached Name and expressed her interest whether it was fair to assume that he still had some candy left or not anymore. Wang Daju gave her a candy and informed her that she would get a toothache after all. To which the princess replied that it had nothing to do with the candy, her milk teeth would fall out anyway. He got up from the floor and added that he didn't understand her sometimes, and said he was going to get some clean water. Chi-Chi looked around and saw that there were a lot of military books. She was willing to bet that Big Brother would want to read them. Now realizing this, the little girl didn't understand why she was thinking about him again. He stole her candy, she should stop thinking about him. The princess saw a familiar book. It was the 4 national military strategies. She was sure she could reach it. But suddenly someone took the book. The little girl turned to thank him, but saw the 6th prince in front of her. A picture was forming in her mind that he was busy cleaning the stairs with a certain girl, blatantly ignoring her presence. In response to her bewilderment and irritation, he decided to show his displeasure by beginning to literally knock her on the head with words, pointing out her indifference or inattention to his presence. Noticing her irritation, Sheng approached her and asked her what had hurt or angered her so much. The little girl, answering his question, confirmed that she was indeed feeling resentment. Showing his manners and respect for her feelings, he apologized to her for inadvertently causing her irritation. Tsitsi then intervened and expressed her decision, sending him off to continue his cleaning job on other floors, perhaps to avoid further misunderstandings at the current location. He took her candy, made her lose her first milk tooth, and also that girl almost drooled on him, and then he shows up at her place to help her get a book. Shengu is a terrible person. The prince informed her that he was in no hurry to get anywhere, and then asked about the book she wanted to get. The little girl asked him to give it to her. Looking at the title, he asked her about this book she wanted to give him, or what. The little girl reached out to pick it up with the words that she wanted to give it to someone else. He did not stop talking, and continued to question who exactly the subject was. His response was to inform him that it was about someone other than him. Shengu asked about the fact that she wanted to give that book to Wang Daju. She liked him better than him or what, and threw that book on the floor. He concluded that she has enough fearful brothers around her. It seems like she doesn't need him. Tsitsi thought about the fact that he heard everything she said then, or what. The little girl replied that she didn't mean it. Then the prince asked her about what she meant. She likes someone else. Since she doesn't want to call him Big Brother, she doesn't want to give him a book. Then the 7th princess replied that she likes him. She only wants him. He turned around and walked away, adding that he would do as she said. Chi-Chi saw that he was angry. But except it was her who was angry with him, then why did he have the upper hand? At the temple, her father informed Chen that he forgives her this time, but she shouldn't do it again. Chen agreed. She would never write love letters again. Many scrolls were brought to the emperor. Leon informed his daughter that she could go to dinner. Mr. Zhao wanted to explain himself, but Leon interrupted him and told him that he had said he wanted to see how people lived. so he would just wear simple clothes. He asked them why they had brought so many imperial scrolls. Mr. Zhao said that they were important documents. They were the reason why the coachman was driving the horses so hard. The emperor slammed his foot on the table. The lord begged for mercy. Lian asked about where his brother was. He ordered them to send for him. The lord reported that he had left the temple early in the morning. He wanted to walk among the people. The emperor took one scroll and spoke of how he could see that his brother was actually leading a life of celebration. Lian ordered Mr. Zhao that if he decided to return, he would not open the door for him, and if he decided to climb over the wall, he would break his legs. Suddenly, a little girl entered the room, turning to her father, who was at that moment busy with his business. Mr. Zhao, hearing her voice, announced that the seventh princess had come, and hence he had better go to her. She appeared to want to know something from him, perhaps about his busyness or his mood. To the little girl's question as to what he was busy with, her father replied that he was free at the moment and ready to hear her out. She could come in and address him with any questions or requests she had. To this, the little girl replied in the affirmative, confirming that she had already taken care of her dinner, and then added that she had one request she wanted to make or discuss with him, probably something important or of concern to her. Chi-Chi was asking her father's permission to take part in a treasure hunt. The little girl explained that the poetry hunt is a spring trip that lasts 2 days and 1 night in the mountains behind Jingfang Temple. All students are required to go there, but because Chi-Chi is too young, Qin's mentor told her to ask her father for permission. The emperor informed that he already knows about this trip, but the forest behind the mountains is so thick, even though they work in pairs, they need to bring 10 poems, and it is not safe. The little girl promised her father that she could do it. When Leon asked why she was so insistent on going there, she only nodded affirmatively. Yes, she did want to go there very badly indeed. Her father had expressed concern about the wild beasts in the mountains and asked if she was afraid. Chi-Chi, despite the warnings, insisted and said she had no fear, for she could climb trees. Her determination was unbreakable. The little girl asked her father for his permission to go, smiling, replied that she was too stubborn, and he had no power to refuse her. He agreed, but advised her not to overexert herself and to always be on the lookout. The princess, despite her own fears and doubts, agreed to her father's demands. The emperor said that it was late and her sister must be waiting for her. She should come to the forest the next morning. She agreed. As soon as the little girl came out, he turned to Mr. Zhao and ordered him to increase the number of guards in the forest. It is necessary to protect the seventh princess. Chen asked her sister about the fact that she would really take part in the treasure hunt. Chi-Chi replied that yes, and asked her sister the same question. The third princess said that she would not participate. She had already come to the temple twice, but had never participated in the hunt. Chi-Chi, stunned by what was happening, decided to express her surprise and asked the reason why. In response to Chi-Chi's question, Chen, gathering her courage, approached the little girl's ear, as if divulging strictly secret information, and revealed a secret. The forest is haunted by ghosts, their being present in the dark corners and inner depths of the place. However, Chi-Chi, who had a more skeptical view of the world, found it difficult to believe such claims, remaining skeptical of mystical explanations. The third princess, who happened to be close to where this dialogue was taking place, decided to intervene in the conversation and end the discussion by covering Chi-Chi's mouth and calling for silence. In spite of this, Chi-Chi was not going to be silent, continuing to insist on her point, and sheltered under the blanket, continued to voice her doubts and questions. She recalled the scary story her uncle had told at the barbecue in the forest, insisting that there was a grain of truth to the story and it couldn't just be dismissed as pure fiction or folklore. There used to be ghosts on the mountain, and so a monk was sent to exorcise them. On his way up the mountain, he met a woman. Chi-Chi asked about the monk falling in love with her or what. Chen answered with a fair amount of tension in her voice, stating that no, she was not alone here. She asserted that she was the wife of a hunter who had gone hunting for deer, and that her place was to wait for his return, hoping for a favorable outcome to this dangerous enterprise. Thereupon, the little girl inquired afterward what happened afterward. What was the outcome of the waiting? The monk, showing concern for the woman's safety in the wilderness, concluded that leaving her alone in the forest was a risky endeavor, so he decided to support her and stay by her side, sharing her anticipation and anxiety. Despite the 7-day wait, the hunter's return never came, leaving Chen and the monk with a heavy burden of uncertainty and disappointment. And Chiki, paying attention to her sister's words and the persistence of her convictions, penetrated to the heart of what she said, realizing that the story she was telling was imbued with deep meaning and carried grief and tragedy. Chen, with an exhausted expression on her face, insisted that the 8th day spent in the monk's abode had turned into an unbearably long wait. She turned to ask the woman why her husband had still not returned, given that it had already been 8 days since he had left. In response to the monk's question, Sister Chen asked for a guess as to how the little girl's response had been given and continued her story, emphasizing that the woman had slowly turned to answer him. Suddenly, Tsitsi intervened in the conversation, whose voice rang with a mysterious tinge as she informed, on behalf of the woman, that she had already been waiting for her husband for as long as 200 years, but he had never returned, leaving her alone and waiting. Chiki's words pierced Chen to the core, and the sudden terror made her shrink into a tiny ball, her body trembling with fear like a tree trunk burned by leaves in a dark and ominous forest, devoid of light and hope. Chiki, seeing Chen's reaction, couldn't hold back her laughter, and said that she had heard this story before when she was a little girl herself. However, Chen did not quell her fears, and remarked that she still felt small and helpless. The little girl, still unsettled, continued to recount the horrors she had heard from the old woman's mouth, adding that it wasn't the first time she had heard the story, claiming it was in her previous life. Once again, gripped by fear, Chen almost cried. However, the 7th princess, seeing her condition, promised that she would not scare her with such stories again, suggesting that they go on a treasure hunt together to take her mind off her dark thoughts. Thank you, viewers, subscribers, for everything. Don't forget the opportunity to express your appreciation. Give me a like and subscribe to my channel, as your support means a lot to me. Thank you. While you're enjoying this content, it's worth mentioning that I'm already busy creating new exciting content that will be coming soon to the channel. Stay tuned for more updates. Wishing you a wonderful day.